Day 23 of the war, and the war is continuing. Israel and certainly the U.S. cannot, and hopefully will not get the off ramp that some people in the ears of some world leaders might be demanding. Iran keeps firing, it keeps threatening. There's also Trump threatening. Let's see if he's gonna uh, do what needs to be done or chicken out, as he is accused sometimes of doing. It was a very rough day for Israelis last night, especially in the south, areas that have not been hit previously in this war, and I think not last year either. In both Dimona, which houses Israel's nuclear facility, and in Arad, which isn't far from there, uh, two two ballistic missiles hit and were not intercepted. In both cases, the interceptors failed. A total of over 170 injured. Somehow, shockingly, nobody died in either of those. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was at the scene in the bigger of those two scenes in Arad, where something like 20 buildings were damaged, and some of them will have to be taken down. Uh, he mentioned that all the injured, and I heard the mayor of Arad say this as well. All the injured were not in shelter. So actually, Daniel, did I send you? I know we're gonna start with something else, but did I send you a video for today's segment? I think we can start today with our new daily segment, Don't Be a Retard. And yeah, do you have that video?
The one from yesterday.
Didn't I send? Okay, maybe I sent
I
it to
didn't get
myself.
anything new.
All right, that's a shame. Oh, there was a good one. All right, then we are not going to start with that segment, but we will get to that segment because holy shit, some people really. Uh, Look, these two cities haven't been hit yet, and I guess they're watching on the news and they think it's like it's not going to happen or it's not going to be as bad. So yeah, we have multiple angles of video footage from Arad, and yesterday we saw one from Dimona. And yes, uh, you get injured at best. Like, you're lucky if you get injured. If you're out trying to film this, don't. As Biden would say, actually, I don't think that's what he would say. He would say, "Take the win." But yeah. Anyway, uh, an Israeli citizen was also killed today in the north of Israel from either from rockets from Hezbollah or from in a friendly fire incident by the IDF. It's being investigated. In either case, of course, this is Lebanon's fault. I saw the death toll from Lebanon is just over 1,000. To which I have to ask, why so low? And no, it's not a numbers game, but it is a Lebanon is different from Iran. In Lebanon, the people, by and large, are on the side of Hezbollah, and some are not. But the government certainly is, and now there is reports that the government is actively helping Hezbollah in the south, or at least making way for them. If that is true, I really hope we see the day that Israel strikes the Lebanese army. Look, just do it symbolically at this point, if that's the best you can do. Just do it symbolically, where you know they're operating to help Hezbollah kill Jews, and Hezbollah is successful, as we can see. Um, and say, look, this is this is the warning shot. Kill a few Lebanese soldiers and say, that's we're just getting started. If you don't actively prevent Hezbollah from murdering Jews from your territory, you are responsible and you will be held responsible. This is how you do war. Again, I'm very glad that they are now in second gear in this war, as opposed to first gear, which is how wars have been fought until now. But it's not enough. Lebanon is responsible, and the Lebanese government, military, and people need to pay. Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have as much to add here, although I'm sure Anna is glad for Lebanon to start helping Hezbollah. Anna Kasparian or Anna Bilzerian, whichever you guys prefer. Um, but yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, when you're fighting a war, you have to fight a war. We cannot act as if Hezbollah is this, organization inside of Lebanon that has nothing to do with the government and that the government doesn't want it to do. There is one whole party in the Lebanese parliament, or even better, Lebanese government that is straight up Hezbollah's political wing, and there is another political party which is representing the Shiite population, which are also the supporters of Hezbollah. So they have strong ties to the government, and because of that, Lebanon isn't doing anything about them. And maybe to some extent, Lebanon cannot even do any. Like Lebanese army wasn't strong enough to actually ever confront Hezbollah. I wouldn't be necessarily surprised about that. But it's not Israel's problem. That's Lebanon's problem, and Israel will make it Lebanon's problem if Lebanon doesn't get rid of that, or
Yeah,
rather
and
should. Yeah.
yeah, if that's the point. If this is what Lebanon is afraid of, like we can't deal with Hezbollah, okay, then deal with the Israeli army. Let's see if that's easier for you, because that's what their choice should be. Now, there was a video that I saw. We're not sharing it because I only saw it with Hebrew translation, of a Lebanese member of parliament saying, "Oh, Israel is so, uh, you know." Like praising Israel for the fact that it gives evacuation orders before it bombs. Well, um, again, I'm gonna misquote Biden and say, don't give evacuation orders, because these evacuation orders, yes, they're people who are maybe not directly involved in terrorism are gonna get out, but so will the people who are involved in terrorism. Let's say you get rid of all their weapons, they're gonna rearm. It's again, it is the people who kill people, and if you eliminate the killers, you eliminate the killing. So let's try to do that. Um, all right, somebody in the chat asks, why is Joe Rogan popular? That is a good question. I think the answer is also the answer to why is this channel not popular, and similar channels to it, because of where the culture is. We are way outside the mainstream. One way to start changing that, it is baby steps, but babies become adults at some point, is to like this show right now. And yeah, that'll help early on with the algorithm as the stream starts. That's always a good time to do so. Of course, if you can support our work further than that, financially, that also helps even more. Um, all right, you'd like info on Rogan? We're going to talk about Rogan. You will get that info from him directly, and you can get more elsewhere. Linda says the hotel across the street is Lebanese owned. Interesting days in the neighborhood. Is it good Lebanese or bad Lebanese? That's the thing. There are people who have left Lebanon and then do what the guy in Michigan did and try to murder Jews. There are also people who left Lebanon because it's a shithole and they want to live a human life. So yeah. Anyway, all right. Daniel, anything to add, or should we go straight to Joe Rogan?
I think we can do Rogan.
Yeah, I was afraid you'd say that. All right.
When I introduce it, I think we could. This I don't know how long this segment will be, but I think we could get 20 minutes, and I think we should have more videos on Rogan on the channel. So we have 3 clips from his. Oh, maybe I can introduce it. How about that?
Well, I definitely can't introduce it because I don't know what it is. This is one of those moments where you surprise me, and I probably regret asking you to surprise me.
Okay, so I won't tell you. So we have 3 clips from Joe Rogan from his recent episode that we had with the comedian Mark Normand. I don't want to say what those 3 ones are, although one of them we've already played, but I think it might be worth playing again. And as the title suggests, I think it's a little bit of the Kremlin Gremlin. So maybe we can start actually with reasoning for this title. Now people might remember, it's still in the news, the incident where an RT journalist in Lebanon has been, let's say, injured.
No, Daniel. Some things can't be explained. Let's just take a look. That really is, I think, this is the only thing, the only way we can understand what exactly you're saying right here.
Oh, you mean you want to watch the original again? They're gonna play.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, I do have this one as well. So again, RT journalist in southern Lebanon.
Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and a minute. Fucking hell. Fuck.
Any comments before we go to Joe Rogan's commentary on this?
I mean, the comment I'd like to make is to ask you to show it again, but we can save that for later. Let's
They'll
hear
show
what.
it.
Yeah, they attacked that reporter, man.
Crazy.
It looked, I mean, unless it was a wayward missile, which is like, what happened to precision strikes?
Oh
I
yeah.
thought they were surgical. Remember they would call them surgical?
Let's stop right here. Okay, they attacked a journalist unless they missed. But what happened to precision? Like, choose your anti-Semitic theory or conspiracy or whatever it is. Like, Rogan can't even decide. Like, that was 3 or 4 seconds of a clip, and he can't decide if he thinks they targeted him or they didn't, but they missed. But then they missed. What did they miss? Did they miss him? Did they accidentally almost hit him? No, that's not how it goes. And of course, Joe Rogan. I don't know what he's gonna say in the rest of the clip, but I'm sure he does know that Israel did warn everybody there, and I'm sure he knows this journalist was there on purpose so that he could get that great shot that we've been enjoying almost as much as if the precision weapon had been precise and Israel had actually targeted that very legitimate target of a Hezbollah propagandist.
Yeah, and again, you can see the sort of the hatred of the good. Like he mentioned the precision striking, which is something I think to some extent IDF is priding itself on, and in some extent is rightfully so. I mean, look at the pager attack, right? You don't get more precision than that. But he is specifically attacking that, right? He's like, well, what happened to precision striking? So because you have a standard, because you have expectations of yourself, and this is what always happens in modern culture for some reason. If somebody is proud of his work, if somebody has expectations of their work, that thing will be attacked when it doesn't turn out as well, which you didn't hear. Like you said, he's basically jumping between 2-3 anti-Semitic arguments against Jews or against Israel. But this is precisely what is being attacked here. Like, because Israel, for the most part, or largely, has expectations of their army, that's wrong. Now we're going to use that to criticize themselves, because at least Iran doesn't act like it's good, or something. I guess that's the kind of reasoning that is happening here.
And yeah, the British reporter, I don't like naming such people, but I think this guy probably should be named, is Steve Sweeney. Also, we named him a bunch of times in recent days. Yeah, go check out his Twitter. It is quite the read. All right, let's watch some more than 5 seconds. Let's see if it gets better.
Yeah, never ask a woman their weight or an RT journalist what they said on October 7, 2023.
That's right.
Imagine calling a bomb that's going like 5,000 miles an hour surgical.
I think they got old equipment over there. They got Atari and shit. They're way behind. But we hit a school. That was on us, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah, but hey,
100%.
even in our other countries, we're shooting schools.
Well, the school was unfortunately. What is it,
That's the
Jamie?
missile right before it.
Whoa, is that the damn? That's quite a hit.
Whoa, that's nuts.
Jesus Christ, looks like L.A.
It's crazy that you can capture it. Like, how good are these cameras? Meanwhile, they couldn't catch that plane flying into the Pentagon.
True.
Right? When you see that thing, that thing looks just like a missile too.
Right.
What do you think that was? That plane that hit the Pentagon? It doesn't really look like a plane. Why would they be shooting a missile into
Whoa! Hang on, I'm thinking, what is he talking about? Oh, this is 9/11 conspiracy. This is 9/11 trutherism. Great, Joe Rogan has never met an anti or any type of conspiracy theory he didn't like. By the way, I like how he's watching this video for the first time after he's commenting on it, just like we watched Joe Rogan for the first time, but I don't think we commented on what we're about to see before we saw it. At least I didn't, and I haven't seen the clip, and you have. So anyway,
Yeah, and how he says, what did he say? Like a 4,000 mile or something, like a fast missile is not precision. What? What is this? Like, you can only precision a slow missile or a slower? Like, what is this? It's incoherent. Like, of course you can precision strike fast missile. Like, you know where it's going. Like, you can set the trajectory.
Daniel, you're in the gym every day now. When you're doing some sort of isolation exercise targeting a specific muscle, like let's say you're doing biceps.
I
If
was
you
doing I was doing preacher curls, which is one of the most isolation for.
Okay, if you're doing not preacher curls because that's on a machine and that's easier to isolate. If you're doing just curls, if you do them fast, you're gonna move and you're gonna use too much muscle and not focus on the bicep enough. So I think that's where Joe Rogan is coming from, or I am trying to help an anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist with his argument.
Oh, like he's okay.
Chandler, yeah, that's where his idea of precision comes from. Chandler says these cameras in 2026 did a terrible job in 2001. Yeah, that's it's. I'm glad we have this conversation, not just with the two of us, but with an audience, because it's so difficult to catch all the crap because he's shooting so much of it at us.
Also, look at the difference, right? This instance is an RT journalist knowing Israel was going to strike something and setting up a camera that is meant to generally capture like I think generally high FPS footage, right? So we get a lot of frames. While the Pentagon story, I think the only footage we have is from like a camera that is a security camera. Security cameras have a different purpose than like recording cameras. Security cameras, I think, especially in like 2001, their purpose wasn't to generate some like high FPS footage. Generally, you just want something that doesn't fail, and we have the footage because the security footage doesn't fail. But we didn't have like if RT was told that Pentagon was going to be struck, they would have cameras there. Everybody would have cameras there if we knew that was going to be struck.
Yeah, by the way, we do have footage of the first plane striking the tower and several angles of the second plane striking the tower, but there's still the conspiracy theorists still have theories on that. So, but yeah, anyway, somebody says I prefer rabbi curls. Somebody else says I like Razi curls. Yeah, I never know what we're gonna say that's gonna get. But yeah, thanks, people. Let us know which curls you prefer in the chat. It also helps with the algorithm. As do likes.
Also, I
we
have
are
to
at
say,
34. Yeah.
Preacher curls are one of the most insane isolation exercises that I've ever seen. Like no joke, on a machine or like, I think I can do 2.5 kilos with both hands. I for like sets. I cannot do more. It's insane how much different is like regular curls. When like standing up and like doing the preacher curls. It's insane.
I haven't done them in over a decade, but I do remember after preacher curls, you actually feel like your bicep is burning and it's bigger than it used to be. So yeah. All right.
I have long shirts, so I cannot show, but I would otherwise. Because yesterday I was doing that.
Well, we'll see it when you wear the Nikos Guevara shirt, which I believe is available right now at objectivism.co.uk/shop. All right.
Place that's already been hit by missiles.
And why is it in Russia?
Oh, that's just a reporter.
Russia Today reporter.
Oh, got it. Sorry.
Yeah, RT. You know that channel. In Lebanon. Oh, in Lebanon. I wonder if they're going after.
What do you mean all in Lebanon? We'll listen to a little bit on what do you mean all in Lebanon? Like what did you think it was? What, like again, he's like giving commentary on something he doesn't know anything about. He didn't see the footage before commenting, and he didn't know this was in Lebanon even. Where do you think IDF is like striking? What did he think this was?
Yeah. So the initial 5 seconds after which I asked you to stop because there was so much crap in those 5 seconds is him literally throwing out every theory under the sun before watching or reading about it. Like somebody, I don't know what exactly happened. Somebody told him in his earpiece something, and then he just made shit up. But yeah, he can make shit up, and he can do it in this way where then we see him, like we see his whole process here. But it's still going to work on so many people.
Press, because they've gone after press before.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean they've been accused of shooting press in Gaza.
Right.
Yeah,
Smart, because they want to tell their own story. They don't want you in there with your cameras.
Is that the end of the clip?
This one is.
All right.
Yeah, they just want to shoot journalists. They didn't hit them. They didn't actually manage to. But I have to give Joe Rogan. Thanks for saying they were accused. They were just accused of shooting journalists. Nobody said, nobody proved anything, or he isn't saying that. But he's just wondering. He's just wondering if Israel is killing journalists again, like the genocidal maniacs they are.
Susie says Dave Smith is to Joe Rogan as Tucker Carlson is to Megyn Kelly, the friend that passed the brain rot onto them. First of all, I like that, the way you put it, but I like the sound of it, but I'm not sure I agree. Like there was brain rot there before.
Look at this.
It's just this specific brand of it that Joe Rogan has adopted. Because of its popularity, and without a doubt, Dave Smith has helped him get there. But yeah, he would have gotten there anyway. This just helped speed it up. Linda says Joe Rogan has been fact checked repeatedly and found to have spread false or misleading claims. Yeah, he's he's like, we see it live. He's fact checking the facts. Are checking his analysis, and as he goes along with it, and he's not like, hang on a second, people. Okay, I was talking out of my ass for the first few seconds, and now I see that. No, he just keeps rolling with it, and in terms of whatever he's trying to do, I guess it works.
All right, so that was the end of that one. Now we have, of course, this one from the same episode on Netanyahu, on the AI video of Netanyahu, supposedly.
So look at this. This is AI.
That's fake.
Well, people have zoomed in on the.
I have to say, great expertise. He saw 2 seconds of footage. That's fake. That's amazing.
Signs and stuff, and it's not even real writing. And he's saying, "Look, I have 5 fingers."
Weird.
He's joking around, because there was an AI video before that people were criticizing because it looked like one of his fingers had grown an extra appendage.
Right.
I think that just looked like the crease of his hand, honestly, to me.
Yeah.
But this looks fake as fuck. First of all, it's weird because he sips out of the cup, and yet the cup stays exactly the same level, and no matter where he moves the cup around, it doesn't spill.
Right.
Like there's a moment where he turns the cup like almost sideways.
Yeah.
Okay. People. I know our audience thought that the stories about Netanyahu being dead are fake. but he's holding a coffee cup without spilling coffee. I mean, what more do you need? This evidence.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of funny because like the AI, in a sense, we are in this weird time where because they are like AI videos, we like cannot believe it's like everything is AI now. But again, have people like actually seen like the AI type of thing? Like you can still generally, I believe, tell when something is fake or when something is not fake. Looking for like this weird like a coffee doesn't spill. But I think somebody said like foam exists, by the way. Oh. And yeah, then he's joking about like, oh, I have 5 fingers, which somebody said it's not even an Israeli accent. But he's saying that that was the other video that was AI. The other video wasn't AI either. Like that one wasn't fake. Also, so again, maybe again, this is an example of Jews like having this new technology that that they can fake the prime minister, and they don't give it to anybody else. But they'll talk about it a little bit more.
Wait. I want to talk about it a little bit more. We're going right back to this guy. First of all, I think I did see this video. Yeah, I don't know if I saw the whole thing, but I saw that part, and I think at some point they're talking about Jews, right? So, yeah, Susie says too much pot smoking. Don't blame the pot. No, this is all Rogan. By choice. It's yeah, and
But yeah, somebody says they are convincing fakes make for a variety of purposes. I don't. Well, I guess it's kind of self-fulfilling because I can say I've never seen like an AI footage that like convinced me of something, right? But if the AI is that good, that I wouldn't ever actually know. So I would need some like genuine proof that there's like a actual AI footage that's undistinguishable from like an actual video. And I haven't seen anybody like show the AI footage and then tell me, okay, this was actually AI generated. Generally, even when like government officials post like AI videos, they post them with like at least I hope clear understanding that everybody understands this is like an AI footage and not like an actual video. Although, like I've said, a lot of older people cannot tell the difference between even the sort of fake AIs. So yeah, maybe people like Ali Khamenei, well, I guess not him anymore, but people in the Iranian administration who are posting AI footage of like Tel Aviv being destroyed, maybe they actually believe it.
all right. I think we can hear some more of Rogan.
Too much for it to not spill at all.
And why would he just be doing it? It looks like an ad for this coffee shop. He's just
Yeah.
hanging out at a coffee shop during a war.
And also, like, how's everybody so casual?
Yeah. He didn't tip though, so that's the Judaism is coming through. But yeah, no, this is crazy.
It also looks like AI. Like he
Wait,
looks like
was
he's
that
gonna...
sound supposed to be some sort of a laugh? Okay, look, you're a full-on anti-Semite. Okay, so your attempt at like saying, okay, yeah, we can laugh at this joke. Well, no, you're laughing at this joke because you're an anti-Semitic piece of shit. And who's the guy, Daniel, with him?
Mark Normand.
Who is that?
He's
Sorry, people, I'm not insulting the
stand-up
guy.
comedian. I kind of liked him for a long time, but he went to the Rehab Festival, and there were a few other things besides that. So yeah, not a big fan anymore, especially with this appearance. Although I think, as I've said yesterday, I think for him it's more of a being an ignorant comedian, and Joe Rogan being the one who is actually doing this. But again, he is playing into this, and as we said, he went to Riyadh to basically whitewash the whole regime. So, not a fan.
Yeah, Chandler says, "How are you casual during a war?" That's the thing. When you're winning, easily, you can be casual. Joe Rogan looks casual always, but I'm sure he's not happy with how his side is doing in this war.
Yeah, I don't know how these people like imagine like America has been at war for probably half of Joe Rogan's life or something like that. and he has been, I assume, casual for the most part. Yeah, some like wars are not sometimes necessarily that you're like struggling to find food every day of your life, especially like depending on what kind of war. And Israelis are like this was the one time. Or this was the time where there wasn't a missile being launched at Israel right now, so people didn't have to run to a shelter. And I also love how they're talking about like why would they do that? Why would they do that? And to some extent I understand it because it's kind of hard to understand why Netanyahu is responding to the accusations that he's dead. But that's what it is. It can be easily understood from that perspective. Netanyahu wanted to go sort of like going out video that I'm alive, I'm going out, I'm getting coffee, I have 5 fingers, I'm not dead. Can we get a duet? Can we get a duet TikTok from Mushtaba Khomeini of him going to getting a coffee?
Il Harrison says, "Don't we have enough comedian geopolitics experts?" Clearly not on Joe Rogan's podcast because, he does seem to like them. Chandler enlightens us, saying Mark Normand is a brainless sellout with good cadence. So his cadence is definitely different from Dave Smith, who just talks very, very fast, and Joe Rogan is sitting there like, whoa, bruh. Like that, that's basically Joe Rogan's response to Dave Smith. Yeah, some people talk fast to sound smart. Some people talk fast and are smart, like Ben Shapiro. But I don't think Dave Smith. Ben Shapiro is an intelligent guy.
Sure.
All right, let's listen to some more.
Beauty filter on. That doesn't look like a human being.
Totally. This is silly.
Let me hear what he.
It's probably like makeup or something, or like, why are we acting as if this is like? Do I have a beauty filter now on? Because I have a good lighting setup. If you have a good light, it kind of removes a lot of the blemishes you have on your face, rather than just having an artificial light. So I try to set it up. Am I fake? Am I being fake right now?
When he said he doesn't look like a human, he could mean different things. But anyway.
Saying? What is he saying? Is it in Hebrew?
לצה"ל, למוסד, אנחנו עושים דברים שאני לא יכול לשתף ברגע.
Oh, is that not a real language? Just like the text wasn't even a real text because it's in Hebrew, and that's not real language or something, as Joe Rogan said earlier.
ברגע זה, אבל עושים דברים מכים באיראן חזק מאוד, גם ביום הזה, גם בלבנון, ממשיכים. אתם אומרים לי להמשיך? אני אומר לכולכם,
Look, everybody's happy to see him. Yeah. Can you imagine if you were in that coffee shop, be like, please leave before the bombs come. Please leave before they target you.
Right.
They're trying to find that guy everywhere he fucking goes.
Yeah.
But
look at that. See, we got the Ayatollah in there, too.
They faked that one. Look at that. They're just showing you how easy it is.
Yeah, there's some really good AI platforms.
Oh, so how were they so easily able to tell that one was fake? But they don't show the other one. But like,
I don't know what they saw there at the end that was the proof that this is AI, something with the Ayatollah, but they're not showing us.
No. I think probably some other people posted like an AI generated picture of Ayatollah in the same coffee shop. But again, look at even the way they talk about it, right? Like, get out of the shop because they're gonna strike us. Yeah, is that what Iran is doing? Trying to surgically kill Netanyahu? That's what they are doing? Or are they just bombing like whatever they can get their hands on, whatever they can send, whatever village, whatever town, whatever city they can indiscriminately strike at? And also he's saying like everybody's happy that it's a prime minister. Like it almost doesn't matter what your politics are, even if and especially if you're not that political. If a prime minister comes to your coffee shop, you're going to be happy to see a prime minister. Like I've met a few politicians in my life. It's all, even if you're not the biggest fan, it's always like, oh, it's a guy that's sitting in parliament. It's kind of cool.
To the people saying there's Merkava tanks that have been hit in Lebanon, I haven't seen such reports. Sometimes these reports kind of or make it to the Israeli press later, but I don't see it anywhere else. Then again, a lot of stuff that is out there is maybe this is an easier sell than Netanyahu is dead, or maybe it's along the same lines. But yeah, we will check and update if we know anything else.
Platforms now to know what they would have that they're not showing is who knows.
This
Yeah.
is he's got. Come on, he can't be dead.
He might be dead. His brother's dead. See, that's like, look at this.
Yeah,
Like the coffee, look how turned it is. And
right.
it doesn't spill at all. It just wiggles to the edge. And then they've also shown that, like, on the register and in some of the signs, the writing's not real.
Mm.
It's very,
Damn.
Well,
very
show it.
fucking.
Well, show it. And they don't show this, like the writing isn't real. Because I've seen people saying the writing isn't real, but I've seen people posting that as a joke. Because clearly all the signs are obviously in Hebrew, which, if you've never seen before, to me it looks like Minecraft enchant table. But like, yeah, it doesn't look like it could look like just a bunch of scribbles if you've never seen Hebrew before. But yeah, that's what he's referencing. Like and I've seen this before. Joe Rogan cannot tell oftentimes between a joke and like a real thing. So he often gets just confused. He often gets like spreads misinformation because he posts jokes as like a real thing.
Weird, man.
Well,
It's
R.I.P.
very weird.
We'll drink one for Yahoo.
Well, he hasn't been seen publicly in over a week.
Mm.
This is his public seeing. Here is publicly seen. Like, what could Netanyahu do that would convince Joe Rogan that he is seen publicly? Like, I've been to Jerusalem. I've been like down the Knesset, and I haven't seen Netanyahu there. Maybe he just wasn't like he's not gonna be just walking around randomly, so we can like snap a picture with him. Like this was obviously like a media stunt. Like we don't have to be stupid about it. This wasn't him just randomly going to get a coffee. The purpose of this is to record him going to get a coffee. But this is a public seeing.
Yeah. By the way, today when Netanyahu was in Arad, that as we mentioned got hit yesterday, he walked up to the Fox News camera and was interviewed on the spot. Again, how much of this is Netanyahu doing in response to the claims that he's dead? I don't know. I don't know why he cares. Who cares? Like if this story keeps spreading, why is it bad for him? But yeah, he does this. Look, one of the things that I was very upset about and still am upset about was Netanyahu deciding to participate in the kangaroo court right after October 7th in what's still going on in the accusations that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza and basically saying, yes, Netanyahu said, yes, this is the conversation that needs to be had rather than the conversations about the Palestinian savages and why they're savages, and why are people supporting these savages in their murderous ways. That is who should be on trial, but Netanyahu chooses to answer all these people. He answered Candace. Susie says in the chat, he also came out and said he didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Why? Why engage? Anyway.
And I think that answer was to Candace Owens, of all people. I don't know if this was the particular one, but he did answer to Candace Owens in one of these. Now, I could see the reason for, like, especially, like, showing up in public, especially after the really bad hits on some of the towns in Israel. I can see it as, like, a show of morale, showing up with morale. Now, it could have the side effect of him just showing himself. And even, like, proving that he's not dead maybe can have some like morale boost on his own people, just so guys, I'm not gone. Mushtaba Khomeini is gone, but I'm not. So okay, wanna watch more?
Starhopper says Candace got fact checked by her own producer while live streaming on this one. Did we show that? I remember we talked about this on the stream, but I don't know if we showed it. If not, we can show that.
We can show it after Joe Rogan.
Yeah, and thank you, Daniel, for the super chat. Daniel says Daniel shamed into no longer liking Mark Norman. Yes.
It's not shamed. It's but because like yesterday James had a much stronger reaction to it. But again, I it's not me disliking Mark Norman because of this particular clip. Again, he went to Riyadh. I haven't been following him that much. Again, because like I'm trying to balance of I'm not just abandoning my values, but my values are no longer with Mark Norman. That is basically what I'm trying to get across. As with many other comedians, I've just started disliking more and more. And the Riyadh Festival was mainly the, I guess, culmination of a lot of the dislike I had for a lot of the comedians that went there. And so basically, that was just a sort of last straw of I stopped watching like a bunch of them. I mean, the Bad Friends, for example, that's another podcast that I'm just completely ignoring now because they went to the Riyadh Festival. Mark Norman, Bill Burr, a bunch of them. We can finish this clip.
So he might be gone.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy shit going on. I can't keep up with the Hormuz. I don't know what that's about.
It's completely closed now. They even bombed, like the Saudis had another way to move oil out into another direction across the Red Sea, I believe it is. And the
I really wanted to hear what the Saudis are doing in another direction and what they're blocking on the Red Sea. But yeah, that whole exchange, like much of what we see from Joe Rogan, makes you really wonder how he's popular, and then you look at the culture and you go, "Oh, that's how." So and that's that that's not it's not comforting.
Chandler says Santino's always been a sham dude. That might be the case. I just found him pretty funny, but yeah, cannot watch him anymore. Somebody says Dave Smith was not invited to Riyadh. I wouldn't be surprised, but also Dave Smith is not that big of a stand-up comedian. Like he is one, but I don't think he's like that popular as a stand-up comedian. I think if he is popular, it's mainly either his podcast or just his appearances on other people's shows. But there, like when he's on Joe Rogan, he's not there as a comedian. He is there as a
Expert.
well, no, he's not an expert. He says he's not an expert, so I don't know what to call it.
Yeah, I don't know why Dave Smith didn't go to Riyadh, but I do know that generally speaking,
Well, they say he wasn't invited, so
even the as a Jews know that there are Jews to these people and know what that means. So yeah, he wasn't invited. Even if he is invited, I don't know what he would do. But yeah, they
he would go. There's no question about it.
maybe.
For what reasons would he not go?
I don't
He has
know.
problems with
Saudi Arabia is an ally of the U.S. and Israel, and I'm sure he would put it that way. By the way, speaking of people going places, we will talk at some point quite a bit, I think, on this episode about that Cuba trip, the gift that keeps on giving. So yeah, there's a lot to say. We can even do that. I still want to do that Jeremy Corbyn thing from yesterday, but there's more. There's been a kneecap concert there. Don't worry, nobody there is going to put kneecap on trial for supporting Hezbollah. Supporting Hezbollah as in, what was he, draping himself in the flag of Hezbollah on stage here in England. I mean, I don't think they have anything to worry about in their home country of Ireland, but they don't have anything to worry about in in Cuba either, except it turns out that right after they were done, the electricity went out. After they were done, we're not going to show any of their music because the last thing I want is a copyright strike from Kneecap, because then they also get to share in the the ad revenue. So that's going to be a no from us. But yeah, these people are going. The people of Cuba haven't been starved enough by their own regime. They now need these Western propagandists coming in, consuming whatever resources there are left. Anyway. Oh, okay. Galut Greg corrects me. Their home country is the UK. They are from Northern Ireland. They just identify as Irish. Well, they can go be Irish as far as I'm concerned.
Wait, who was it that they said Was it Rashida Tlaib who said she wants to see united Ireland, and she posted this on St. Patrick's Day?
I don't know. I missed that.
I think it was. I posted it. It might have been Mel. No, I think it was Rashida Tlaib. So yeah, globalize the troubles. Basically, is what she's saying. Let's take a look at Joe Rogan.
I've heard Erica Kirk's got a dick. I've heard that one.
Whoa, she seems thrilled right now.
She's an odd duck.
She's a kook for sure.
You ever seen the compilation of her making crazy eyes?
No.
There's a video of her making demon eyes, and every time she makes the eyes, the music.
What?
Who are they talking about?
Erika Kirk.
Oh, dude, you need to prepare me. This is what I say about, I shouldn't ask you to surprise me. Before we continue, Yal asks me to add his vest as a bonus to the first super chat goal. So today's, I'm still under the weather, so today will still most likely be a shorter stream. But if we do get to that super chat goal, we're not only going to remove ads for the rest of the stream, but you will also get Yal's vest. So yeah, all the more reason to get to that £100 super chat goal, which also helps us do what we do and do more of it and reach a wider audience. Maybe one day we'll compete with Joe Rogan, but getting to the super chat goal is one small step in that journey. Okay, at some point soon, Daniel, I will have to go make another cup of tea, and I will then join you audio only. But yeah, I want to hear some more of this. Thank you, Bonnie, for the super sticker. Daniel, you were about to say something.
Yeah, I think we should finish Joe Rogan's segment before you go away, and then we can naturally. We don't have to finish this whole thing. It's just more about the Joe Rogan's nastiness against Erika Kirk. Lost her husband because he was murdered. I'm not gonna tell her how to grieve or whatever, even though I might have, might point out some things, but
So ridiculous.
She's possessed.
Well, she just gets intense.
She's like the guy. What's the gang guy? What's that guy? Oh my God! Look at that. She looks
Watch
like a
this.
televangelist.
Give me some volume. She's talking to Barry Weiss.
There you go.
Watch this. Pay attention to her eyes.
Charlie said or believed things that they believed were controversial or even hateful, that he somehow had it coming. What do you say to people who justified?
You're sick.
Mm.
He's a human being.
Oh boy.
Look at the eyes.
Exactly when Barry is saying, they basically said that because Charlie said or believed.
Okay.
All right. We don't need the Vincent D'Onofrio.
That's not the one that I wanted to hear.
Okay, but yeah, she seems she's having a good time. Well, she was on a reality show,
Yes.
So she's a star fucker.
A little bit.
Maybe.
She was
Okay,
also in some
hang
weird-
on. Wow, what? So yeah, his guest. Yeah, they're competing on who's more despicable. Yeah, this is a woman who just lost her husband. Look at the eyes. I don't know what Joe Rogan sees in the eyes, but I'm sure it's similar to what he sees in Netanyahu's coffee cup. Yeah, what a scumbag. Anyway.
I mean, there is a video where she has intensive eyes basically after she finishes her sentence, but again.
Well, then clearly she murdered her husband. Like, what is he? Where is he going with this? Like, well, unfortunately,
Well,
we're gonna find out.
he started this with saying she has a penis, which I don't know why this is like a automatic thing. That you don't like somebody, so you say, or you don't like specific woman, so you say she has a penis. Like, what is that? Like Michelle Obama, Brigitte Macron. Like, this is like a go-to thing for some reason.
Yeah, and when you don't like a man, you say he's wearing a skirt, like the Young Turk said about Ben Shapiro. This is where we are, people. Look, this is wokeness coming full circle, and now we are just going after people for their gender in sort of a different way to the way we went after them before. Anyway, thank you, Linda, for the super chat. Linda says, can we show the John Wass painting? The print wait list is open. Yes, but let's get Joe Rogan. I don't want to mix John Wass in with this kind of stuff. John Wass is a good segue into what we have next. He does not deserve to be associated with Joe Rogan. All right.
I mean, there's just a few. But I mean, we can finish this.
Weird CIA documents or CIA films.
Is that right?
Like, yeah, you ever seen those films?
No.
See if you can find those films. There's some weird, like, internal films that they made that she was a part of.
She looks like if a pageant lady, a pageant girl, was grown up.
100%.
Yeah, like,
I mean, again, he's talking about like some whatever, like CIA internal films. I don't exactly know what Erika Kirk's job was, but again, she had a job. She did something before. It's always like if you look into, like if you look really deeply into like anybody's life, you're gonna find few things that are maybe odd, maybe weird, maybe even wrong, off-putting or whatever. But why? But they always go towards conspiracism. And what did Joe Rogan do with the with the Lebanese video we watched? Right? He immediately went to 9/11. Like the guy lives in conspiracism. The guy lives in different kind of completely detached from reality thinking. There is no way out of it. We have lost Razi, but he should be back in a little bit. So here is a fun thing that I wanted to do. So, on this video, Joe Rogan was seen as, as speaking very unkindly, very badly about Erika Kirk. And somebody was saying something like, what was it like? Oh, they do the standard at Grok. At Grok, is this real? We have Razi back, so let's see if Razi has any comments, and then I'll go into my thing.
I don't know what you said in the last few seconds, but no, let's go to whatever you were going to show.
So yeah, basically people are asking, because this showed like Joe Rogan in a very bad light, I think, towards Erika Kirk. So people in the comments under this are like, Ed Grok, is this real? Ed Grok, is this AI? Ed Grok, is this a real thing he has said? So I think the fact that Grok or AI exists like dumped the population even more than I ever seen. Because let's try to fact check this. Did Joe Rogan say this? Do you want to count me down how quickly and how easy it is to fact check? Let's just... Okay, so did Joe Rogan say that? Well, let's see. Joe Rogan, let's find his latest video. He was on with Mark Norman. Here is Mark Norman. We can stop the video. We can go more. We can go to transcript. We can search for Kirk. There we go. Let's see, Erika Kirk. Not this one. Oh,
I've heard Erika Kirk's got a dick. I've heard that one.
whoa, she seems thrilled.
I fact checked this in like 10 seconds. I think it's sad how little people care for like actually finding out things that can be easily found out. You don't need to use AI for fact checking something that you can fact check yourself in like seconds.
Asking Grok is faster.
It's not faster, and also it's not more precise.
Also,
And
not
also-
everybody knows
and
what
also
you
Grok
know
said
about
no.
searching on a YouTube video.
And also Grok said no. Grok said no, this is AI generated. This is not the real thing Joe Rogan said. Because it cannot check like a thing that happened, oftentimes cannot check something that happened on a YouTube video 1 day ago. Because it's not searching through transcripts.
Moody says, I think she was a beauty queen, but who cares? Yeah, this whole thing of, she's a star fucker or whatever. She, wants to be. This guy, first of all, Joe Rogan, does 3 hours a day of podcasts, lightweight, and does, like UFC commentary, and does stand up, which, by the way, is terrible. I mean, just really, it's not just because I don't like him. It's not. I mean, Dave Chappelle has funny stuff. He's also an anti-Semitic piece of shit. Joe Rogan does not have anything funny in the stand-up that I've seen from him. But yeah, you want an audience. That doesn't make you a bad person. You are a bad person, but not because of that. And the fact that Erika Kirk, like being on stage, does not make her a bad person and does not make her a murderer of her husband, nor does it mean she has a penis.
All right. Any more thoughts on Joe Rogan, or can we wrap this segment up?
No more thoughts on Joe Rogan, but okay, let's show the John Ross painting and give a link so that people can go. Did you say okay? The print wait list is open, so you can get on the wait list and get a print or get notified when prints are out. And then should we do the? You know what? Before that, let me do a quick news update. Then show the painting, and then we can do the Jeremy Corbyn thing. But which means I will go make a cup of tea as well. Yeah, a couple of things from earlier. But one is that I keep reading. There's another report that the Israeli army has approved of a plan for Lebanon. Okay, I don't know what the plan is. I don't need to know, but just do it. It's been 3 weeks, and they're still shooting and they're killing. So yeah, Lebanon must be destroyed. Must pay the price for what they are doing. Reza Pahlavi says, ask Trump not to target any civilian infrastructure because it doesn't belong to the regime, it belongs to the Iranian people. Yeah, sorry, you don't get to make such decisions. And look, the people, I feel for them, but it has been 47 years and they have not gotten rid of the regime by peaceful means or any other means. And it is the job of the US and Israel to defend their own citizens, not the people of Iran, who will hopefully make the most of whatever is left. But the job is to remove the regime. So I really hope this is dismissed as it should be. Okay. Moody says Jeremy Corbyn, OMG, Jeremy Corbyn gets worse. It's not just Jeremy Corbyn, it's Jeremy Corbyn live from Cuba. Not live because it was 2 days ago or yesterday, but I'm sure it's good nonetheless, and we will hear it together for the first time. We tried yesterday. We only heard the first question, and we didn't get to Corbyn at all, so we'll do that. Let's see the John Ross painting, and I will... There it is. Freedom's Fire, available at Cordair.com, and the waitlist for prints is open. So go over there. While you're there, there's a lot more you can and should get. So make sure you do that. All right, Daniel, I will join from my phone, so I will be with you in a few seconds, but audio only.
Oh, so I'm playing Jeremy Corbyn? Oh, I guess I'm waiting for him to come on.
Yeah, we can play. You can start with Jeremy Corbyn.
Well, I guess we did play like a little bit from it.
Jeremy Corbyn has taken part in the transporting of humanitarian aid to Cuba to help deal with the effects of an oil embargo. Until January, Cuba received oil at a substantial discount from Venezuela. After the American defenestration of President Nicolas Maduro, now awaiting trial in the United States, Venezuela halted deliveries. Mr. Corbyn was on board a flotilla of vessels organised by the group Nuestra America. I spoke to him shortly after his arrival in Havana and asked about the impact of the embargo.
It's obviously having a huge impact. Some people are without electricity for up to 14 hours a day. Therefore, normal life is obviously very, very difficult. Small businesses have difficulty surviving, and obviously hospitals are greatly affected by this. Some oil is available and getting through. There are a few vehicles on the road, not very many, but the crying need is really for oil to get through in order to maintain the...
So there's enough for Corbyn to charge whatever device he's using, and for him to have high enough speed internet to talk to people in Britain. But yeah, again, like this is these are environmentalists telling us about how bad it is without oil. It's communists telling us about how evil it is for capitalists not to trade with communists because communism works apparently, but not when capitalists don't trade with you. And again, we're listening to this for the first time, so maybe we'll be surprised and hear Corbyn being challenged. But I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, something I would even focus on is the Cuba has been receiving oil at a substantial discount from Venezuela. Why? Why is Cuba like this special thing that has to get discount? Is this the only way the communist regime can survive? Is to get oil at a discounted prices while everybody else is paying the market prices? I mean, it's not unusual for communists to try to fix the stakes or fix the prices, which are not really going to help. And so yeah, whenever you try to get price controls, what happens is oftentimes shortages.
Normal transport and other systems. In the long term, I'm sure that Cuba will change its energy supplies completely into much more renewable sources of energy. And indeed, in the case of a number of British companies we've got that make very good wind and solar equipment, this would be a good opportunity for British companies to be involved in Cuba.
President Trump has made clear that he is kind of recreating in his own way the Monroe Doctrine. It's the most powerful country in the hemisphere. It's got to be accommodated with this. The Cubans don't surely have any choice. No one else is stepping in to help them out.
A lot of people around the world are stepping in to help and are providing aid and are sending aid and support and do
But
what
not
their
can
governments
fill
do.
the kind of
Mexico is
gap,
doing
can
so.
they? They can't fill the
No,
gap.
there's a huge gap to be filled. I do think that as a world, we need to reflect for a moment. Trump's security doctrine, announced in November of last year, is a doctrine that runs totally against every aspect of international law. It gives the US, under that doctrine, the right to intervene anywhere in the Western Hemisphere they feel fit, and the right to intervene anywhere in Africa where they feel that their supplies of critical minerals are at risk. Perhaps the powerful European countries could actually say a bit more to the USA and actually practically give support to countries that are under the cosh like Cuba is at the moment.
Razi, do you have any thoughts or should I go? All right. I mean, again, he's talking about international law. Again, like, it's a joke. Like, Cuba is a communist regime with no respect for individual rights, and he's talking about international law as if that's what to focus on. Same with Venezuela, no regards for individual rights of their own country, nationalizing large parts of their economy, stealing from their own people, and what, I'm supposed to feel sorry for the regime for not figuring out a way to get out of the situation.
Also, you notice how capitalistic he's sounding. Small businesses in Cuba don't have the energy they need, and there's really good businesses in the UK for renewable energy, but still businesses that are just eager to step in because the people of Cuba maybe are saying that the oil embargo is bad for them, and by the people of Cuba he means, of course, the oppressors of the people of Cuba. But what they really want is some solar panels, by the way, which would actually be more effective there than they are in the UK. But no, they need oil. Paul asks, did Owen go with him? Owen is there. Yeah. I don't know if he's done any videos because last I checked, which was yesterday, he hadn't done any, but he did travel there. No, his last video is 3 days ago. Well, yeah, it might not be as easy to broadcast from there. Anyway, Moody says at least he's not in the UK, Razi. Yeah, he's coming back. So, but yeah, Daniel, or do you want to go back to the clip?
I mean, somebody's saying this is not about communism, capitalism. Cuba is under oil blockade. I mean, again, depends what exactly we want to talk about and focus on. So I don't know how that necessarily even makes is an argument or makes a point. Generally, I mean, again, this whole situation is more funny than anything, right? We are talking about people on the left. We are talking about environmentalists, and now they are crying for oil to reach Cuba because that's the only way to actually get safe and reliable energy. They are feeling the consequences of being a communist state, of not being able to trade with other countries. And I think embargo is proper. Cuba is a potential threat to national security of America, and I think therefore America has to, or rather, I should say, to individual rights of the people in America. Therefore, America has to act in a way it can. I don't think it has to invade Cuba. I don't think there's necessarily any reason to do that. America is able to basically eliminate the threat by a simple embargo.
Ipurba says, I've been in Cuba. Cuba is a slow-mo Dachau with palm trees. Yeah, which is, of course, not a surprise that the people who would like to see the Jews back in Dachau are also fans. It's, people who hate Jews are not in their in their all their other aspects of their personality or their other ideas not relating to Jews really good people. Like it's sort of they tend to be consistently evil.
Oh, by the way, I know the person because the again the reason why I mentioned prices is because on the thing itself, Jeremy Corbyn has mentioned that Cuba has been getting cheap oil or has been getting oil at discounts. Now I'm sorry, but isn't he saying that is the reason that basically Cuba is not getting the oil because it was getting the oil from Venezuela and it's not getting it anymore? Therefore, it has the shortage. I mean, maybe this might be something I'm uninformed about. But was there any like policy change on the embargo on Cuba? Because my understanding it was there's nothing like new that happened. I mean, I can quickly check, but my understanding is there is no new policy that has changed. It's simply Cuba is facing shortages. But I can quickly look that up.
Also, before we go back, Linda asked about the super chat goal. I think we are quite far off, but let's see where exactly we are. Yes, we are 599 out of 100, so only 94 pounds and a penny. But yeah, that amount could be covered in one super chat easily, and that then removes all ads from this stream and gets us ER in a vest. ER should be joining in something like an hour and a half, and also replacing me as I will try to heal so I can stream for longer tomorrow, hopefully. But yeah, by the way, a couple of things before we continue with Jeremy Corbyn, in case anybody's thinking of leaving.
I think that's the end of the clip, so.
Oh, no. Well, then we'll see what we have coming. But also tomorrow at 4 p.m., we will be interviewing, hopefully I will be interviewing Manik Govinda, who was involved in a protest outside the Guardian's offices a couple days ago. That is over, that story that we've talked about a little bit here. I think we talked about it a few times. The Guardian wrote that a Gale's Bakery, remember, Gale's Bakeries have been under attack across the UK because of some Jewish-related connection. There was a Gale's Bakery opening that opened in London, and it opened, according to this Guardian op-ed, 2 stores down from a Palestinian cafe, which the Guardian columnist called an act of high street aggression, if I remember the quote correctly. I do remember the word aggression being in there. So Yeah, basically, the Guardian was calling on. I mean, if it's an act of aggression, you need to defend yourself, right? So the Guardian was calling on people to attack that bakery, and then they issued some sort of non-correction correction. So yeah. Anyway, we will have Manik Govinda tomorrow at 4 to talk about it. Thank you, Jonathan, for the super sticker, and thank you, Romancing the Trolls, for the super chat. Uh, Romancing the Trolls says the F in communism is for food. Romancing the Trolls, while super chats are always helpful and appreciated, they don't give you any advantage in comment of the day, but that comment is the leader right now in the race for comment of the day, nonetheless. All right. Should we watch Lindsey Graham and then Mark Rutte, head of NATO? I sent you in Slack, both of them.
Oh, okay. Which one?
Dear girl. Program has been obliterated, and they're running out of money. So here's what I tell President Trump. Keep it up for a few more weeks. Take Carg Island, where all of the resources they have to produce oil. Control that island. Let this regime die on a vine.
Is this going to, though, take...
Was that it?
For this one, yes.
Yeah, well said. Yes, Lindsey Graham is on the right side of these things, people. So at least that is to his credit. Moody says, Gail's not cheap, but I will make sure to carry out my high street aggression and buy some cake there. Yeah, they're not cheap, but they're not overpriced either. They are actually, there's places where the quality doesn't justify the price. In Gail's, it does. All the more reason for leftists to hate it. And we are 18 pounds 72 pence in, so just over 81 pounds from the goal.
But Israel says these were intercontinental ballistic missiles that could hit Berlin, Paris, and Rome. Does NATO share that Israeli assessment?
We cannot confirm that at the moment, so we're looking into that. But if this would be true, it is the more evidence that what the president is doing here, taking out the ballistic missile capability, taking out the nuclear capability from Iran, is crucial. And exactly as the ambassador just said, Ambassador Waltz, we have seen with North Korea, if we negotiate for too long, you might pass the moment where you can still get this thing done. And North Korea now has the nuclear capability. If Iran would have the nuclear capability, including together with the missile capability, it would be a direct threat, an existential threat to Israel, to the region, to Europe, to the stability in the world. So the president doing this is crucial. And I've seen the polling, but I really hope the American people will be with him, because he is doing this to make the whole world safer.
So.
Well said, but is anybody listening? Because the NATO member states, don't seem to be on board with this. But that's another step in the right direction. Again, if the head of NATO understands what's right, and the country that funds all of NATO pretty much understands what's right, and some NATO members don't, it might be time to break that alliance and put together something that makes more sense today, while understanding the threats today, of which Russia is still one of the major ones, but not the only one. And by the way, Russia, in a sense, is kind of the main one, because the stuff that you see elsewhere, if you trace it back far enough, you see Russia's hand behind it, like pushing it forward. China, communist China, would not be there and would not be a problem had it not been for Soviet Russia. The Middle East is a cesspool because of the ideas there, but its ability to actually be a threat is because of Russia. So, the people who see the immediate problem when Russia attacks Ukraine because it could get to them, refuse to see the problem overall and refuse to act. Even with Ukraine, they're not acting enough. So yeah, let's see the Spains and Turkeys of the world without the U.S. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I think good statement from Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO. But again, as a Secretary of General of NATO, he doesn't really have any ability. I mean, to do much. He's mainly sort of a diplomat. He's mainly the sort of getting people together around an issue. But the fact that he is supportive of Trump, and I think generally has been, like as much, like I think generally the current Secretary General at least has an understanding of a threat of Iran and Russia also. But again, as him alone, he cannot do much, right? It's like if other NATO countries like refuse to do anything about it, not much he can do outside of like convincing them. So it's good that he's in a sense on our side, and I hope he continues advocating for this because at least he has I mean, he acknowledges, right? Iran is a threat. North Korea, we didn't deal with the North Korean threat, and now we have a nuclear North Korea. Iran's going to be same threat if we don't deal with it, so that's good. You're muted.
Yeah, I do want to get to Zoe's tweet at some point that I sent you. I don't know if we should get to it now or if we should see some more of the stuff from Cuba, because just this stuff from Cuba is gold. Okay. Oh, wow. Zoe's story has been, has been making waves. If you didn't see her tweet, you should go see it and retweet it. But yeah, there's apparently this follow-up video from Stop the Hate. It's 15 seconds, so I'm gonna send it to you. I was seriously thinking of going to that place before I Google mapped Margate and realized how far it is. But let's start with Zoe's tweet. Do you want to put it on the screen and I can read it at the same time? So this is Zoe Strimple, one of the two best people in British media and also a personal friend of mine. So Zoe says, in Margate, my cheeks are red. I am shaking. I popped into an exhibition that turned out to be the insane fever dream of an artist called Matthew Collins, Drawings Against Genocide. Okay, before I continue, Daniel, when you scroll down, don't show the drawings yet. I want to show them separately, and there's a very short video there as well. Okay, it continues. The exhibition is described as, quote, drawings raising consciousness about hell. Israel is the pure encapsulation of it. Zionism is this terror state's ruling ideology. Shocked by the use of Nazi imagery, the room is full of the Star of David pasted around figures meant to be Israelis and the Jewish, quote, lobby spewing blood, to say nothing of blonde yummy mummies wearing, quote, globalize the Intifada shirts. I spoke to the artist to share my reaction as a Jewish person. He was instantly aggressive. As soon as I started to say I was shocked and threatened by what I was seeing because it was Nazi imagery, the artist started yelling at me that I didn't mean anything I was saying. Anytime I tried to speak calmly, he said, you don't mean any of what you said. You're just repeating Hasbara talking points because you're defending a genocide. On and on he yelled in my face. I said, if I was a black person, but couldn't finish the sentence because you're not, are you? On the Nazi ideology point, he said, yeah, why do you think it's there? Israel are the Nazis. His breath was disgusting. The crowd began booing and closing in around me, making making to shoo me out. I said, fine, get the Jew out, and he yelled more across the room at me, repeatedly jeering, call the police, go ahead, call the police. I said I would, and the Community Security Trust, which features as a devil in his exhibition. This was met with even more jeering. Yeah, call the CST was the last thing I heard before leaving. Someone snapped pictures of me while I was being shouted at. Short video shows the artist. The longer video of our final, almost surreally disgusting exchange didn't record. Okay, let's show the drawings one by one, because again, this is also important just to understand that this is not we showed the artwork of an actual artist earlier a few minutes ago. Now check this out, and Linda, I'm going to ask you, if you're in the chat still, to give us your assessment of this artist. What?
When I saw this, I thought this is something a Palestinian children drew that they were taught to by like Hamas, or forced to by like Hamas people.
You're biasing the jury, Daniel.
Yes.
But anyway, yeah. Let's see. Again, this is a grown-ass man in the UK. These are his drawings, and let's assess them somehow beyond just the evil of their intention, and let's see what it looks like. Can you zoom in? Maybe it looks more artistic when you see it closer. Next. Yeah, we need to zoom closely in and see just how artistic this guy is. Yeah, that's an IDF soldier. There's what
That's called New Order.
Yeah.
Or in the original Neue Ordnung.
We can see bits of the other drawings. Maybe they're a bit different if you scroll down a bit.
Do you want to read this?
No. But let's see the rest of the drawing. Yeah. All right. So look, the quality of the art is certainly Ayn Rand defined art. Whenever I'm about to read the definition from memory, I forget it, but it was Daniel. Ayn Rand's definition of art.
Oh, a recreation of reality according to artists' metaphysical value judgments.
Yes. Yeah. So I think we see this here with this guy. This is a form of art. Like, this isn't, something that you'd say it's not art because I don't like it. It is just absolutely terrible in every way. Again, not just the message, but he's intentionally drawing as a child, right? And
I would assume.
Yeah.
He's going for a certain style.
Linda asks, is he 5? Actually, can we show the video? Because we do see the guy at some point in the 3-second video. Let's...
All right.
Although I don't know which guy. I don't know if it's like this guy or this guy. This guy looks more like an artist. But I don't know.
Either the guy... maybe the guy in the red, I believe it was.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much.
Yeah,
all right.
It's just this. Did you say it was the guy in the red?
I think maybe maybe it was in the replies to the tweet. The tweet also got a lot of attention. Yeah, 2.3 million views.
Oh, there's wait. Oh yeah, there's more paintings if we want.
Oh, of course.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I can't see. I need... Okay, this is Israel controlling Keir Starmer into what? Recognizing a Palestinian state? Is that what Israel is secretly trying to do?
No. I think this is the Bob villain. So Keir Starmer is condemning Bob Villain, but he's only controlled by Netanyahu.
Wait, Linda says this is not art. Linda, I need you to elaborate. Is this not just really evil and crappy art, but it absolutely is a recreation of reality based on the artist's metaphysical value judgment? I mean, art doesn't have to be.
I mean, in some way,
the definition doesn't have to be good.
Because in some way this is like very descriptive, right? This is almost like a caricature. It's like there is no symbolism here. It's Netanyahu is controlling Keir Starmer into condemning anti-Semitism. And there is no other meaning.
But that is, can you zoom in a bit more so we can see? But yeah, that is a metaphor. This is not a. It's not a picture. I mean, it's the artist telling you, I think Netanyahu is controlling Starmer or whatever.
Yeah, but in a sense, I feel like art should be like there should be, like, I don't know if room for interpretation is something or symbolism or something, or if I'm like I'm not that big of an expert of art. But in a sense, there's nothing like what I said. Netanyahu is controlling Keir Starmer into condemning anti-Semitism. That's it. There's no more to this picture. Like there is nothing else you can get out of it. Like UK flag is just representing that this is Keir Starmer, a prime minister of the UK. Israeli flag just means this is Netanyahu, prime minister of Israel. That's it. There's nothing else here.
Yeah. Linda says Linda says, yes, I do, but give me a second. Linda says it's just crap. I agree, it's crap. By the way, again, I'm not saying it's art as a compliment. Just to be clear, I am not a fan of this guy. Christopher Smith says, I say it's horrible art. Yes, I'm with you on that. It's horrible. It does meet the definition. It meets Rand's definition of a metaphysical recreation of reality based on the artist's metaphysical value judgment. And the thing is, if we didn't know the story, if we didn't have Zoe's tweet, we didn't know what was going on. You just showed me that. I know so much about this artist.
Well, but again, not really, because again, unless you know who these people are, you have no idea what this is. Like this means nothing unless you have the context. Like in a sense, I'm feeling like if it's an art, like I feel like you shouldn't need like context, because like even if you look at like paintings of Christ or something, right? You can still, even if you had no idea who like Jesus is, you can still feel what emotion is they're trying to evoke or something. But like here, is there something here? Like somebody is controlling somebody, pointing a finger at somebody. What does the...
First of all, on a side note, earlier Linda challenged the people watching to give a $5 super chat, and those will add up to our super chat goal if everybody, or not even everybody, but most people gave that super chat. Bonnie, thank you for the super chat. Bonnie is the only one who took Linda up on her challenge, but now Linda suggests a challenge of super chats not to show anymore, which I am we would appreciate. Yeah, we will see John Ross again after this. Christopher, I agree, we'll need that, but we're not done with this guy. And speaking of naming bad people, I do want to name this guy.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is like something I was drawing as like a 8-year-old boy, of like, oh, it's got to have skulls and it's got to have like blood spilling and it's got to have people dying and things like.
So yeah, his name is Matthew Collings. That is, I guess, his Instagram.
Oh, so it is it was the old guy. From this picture, he has beard and stuff.
Yeah, can we zoom in and see exactly what he's trying to tell us here? Okay, I see that's one in a series that is in this post. But
I
can
don't
you
even
just
know what this. Oh, oh, okay. Now I see it. It's this is on Netanyahu. This is his head, and he is like doing all the like this. These are his legs. He's like bowing over and controlling Keir Starmer.
Okay, before you scroll to the next part, wait, no, we see it. We need to, if we're gonna see it, we need to see it up close. So if you want to zoom in and also scroll up so that people can see his, this is his Instagram handle in case you want to go and see some more of his art. That is where you should do so if you want to let him know what you think of his work, praise him, or what have you. That is the place to go. Yeah. Any more?
I mean, it's all the same thing. It's like Jews are controlling people. It's
yeah, we can see a couple more just to fully understand.
Wait, what is this? All right, somebody. Let's look at something different. Somebody posted this of like anti-Semitism while they are doing it. Is this even IDF uniform?
I can't see because I see it on a small screen.
Get a bigger. Like supposedly this is an IDF soldier. But like with no markings. Like whoever.
Besides that, you know, you're like, you know. Anyway, should we engage with their arguments? Look, the IDF, you know, the problem with what the IDF has been doing in Gaza is that it's insufficient and that the people of Gaza have not yet paid the price for what they did and who they are. And yeah, this is why I always say, like, and this is why I have a problem with people who reply to accusations of a genocide with "it's not a genocide." There is no ideology on the planet more evil, actively evil than Palestinianism. That is the only conversation to be had about October 7th and the things that have happened since. It's about the Palestinians and their evil. If you are discussing, if you are out there just defending what Israel is doing, and include, especially if you're including the things Israel is doing to avoid civilian casualties, that is the bad thing that Israel has been doing in Gaza, then you are playing right into the hands of this guy. This is the people who you're trying to appease. What chance do you think you have of ever finding a middle ground with this guy? This guy wants all Jews dead, and he supports the Palestinians because they, you know, they are right there trying to do it.
He posted a response about this. Do you want to read that? Where he describes Zoe Strimple.
No. You can send it to me and I'll read it privately, but my first thought is no. What I do want to show is, and we'll watch it together for the first time, is the Stop the Hate thing. That they went there apparently today.
From Hamas, yes, you're right.
From the river to the sea and globalize the intifada.
Yeah, globalize it. Well, you already do.
Right. So the guy, this is the same guy we saw in the previous video, the guy who I guess the bodyguard of the place. I'd really like to go and pay these people a visit. Yeah. But anyway, maybe we talk about that when we're not live. All right. You know what? I think that's enough of that. Let's have John Wass's painting on the screen for a few seconds, just to yeah. Thank you, thank you, John Wasp. First of all, for painting that, and for it's. I'm not sure this is exactly the purpose for which it was meant, but it is serving it nonetheless. So, Ray says, let's not incriminate Razi further. I wouldn't go there, to fight anybody. Although I wouldn't be surprised if I would at some point have to defend myself. But yeah, I would be interested to see to engage, and also I like that these people are on camera to be seen. Again, it's not that they're not gonna, they're not gonna be hired by anybody. They're probably not going to be hired by Jews, although I think some Jews would actually jump on the opportunity. But yeah, it's sort of to say, look, there is a divide here, and people are telling you which side they're on, and can you decide like to take a clear stance and say, you know what, these people are not worthy of any decent human being engaging with them. Let's leave them to their own devices with whatever parts of the Muslim community wants to engage with them, with whoever else wants to engage with them, and let's not do it ourselves.
All right, what do we do now?
I sent you. What was the last thing I sent you?
Cuba.
Okay, yeah, let's go back to Cuba, and then let's do some news. And then if you can find, Daniel, any videos of the people in Cuba from Cuba. I don't know why Owen hasn't posted. Actually, I can guess why Owen hasn't posted any videos, but others have. Again, Kneecap have posted a video of themselves and singing whatever they're singing, so we're not going to show that. But yeah, I do want to see what's going on there. I think it is interesting stuff, what's going on in Cuba. Again, my hope is that somebody criticizes the government and gets arrested, but I don't know that they will. It's not. It wouldn't surprise me if they can say stuff in Cuba for optics, wouldn't arrest them. Whereas as a Cuban, not a Miami Cuban, as the distinction was explained to us yesterday by Hassan Piker, but as a Cuban, you might disappear, and if you are a Westerner coming to show support to the oppressors of the Cuban people, you might be able to get away with pretty much anything. Oh, and I know what we're doing next, Daniel. I mentioned it to you earlier in a message where you probably thought I was joking, but I think it might happen. But let's take a look at this first.
I have no idea what you mean, but okay.
George Galloway is live.
Oh.
La voz que lobo para allá. ¿Quién coge para allá?
This is straight up like some dystopian stuff, like the population is living in darkness while some elites from other country are coming in, living in a 5-star hotel, using all the oil.
Yeah, and this was a Cuban basically going there to show, look, there's light in the hotel of the rich Westerners who have come to show their support for the people who make sure that the people of Cuba don't get out of poverty ever. Yeah, these people are, it was easy. It was an easy sell, or an easier sell for them to Western people to say, look at the Palestinians are so oppressed. Look, we have videos and pictures and stuff. It was more difficult with Iran, especially since Iran just slaughtered tens of thousands of their own people. And these people are siding with the slaughterers. And yeah, now they're really showing stuff that we knew and have spoken about on this channel for many years, long before October 7th. But more and more people are saying, hang on a second. We thought you were on the good side, the side of the oppressed people, like people of Gaza. Now you're clearly standing on the side of the oppressors in Iran and in Cuba. And I don't know if people will kind of make the connection that no, they were always on the side of oppressors, because in Gaza, they're also supporting the oppressors. The people are happy to accept those oppressors, but these are oppressive murderers nonetheless who make no secret of what they're fighting for. But yeah, it's gonna it's gonna be interesting how this plays out. All right, Daniel, I don't know if we should watch George Galloway from the start, if we should just tune in live and see what he has to say and then just pause it. Let's do the latter. We can always rewind back. George Galloway.
Their own parents or grandparents were driven.
Oh, you can hear it already. Normal.
Their grandparents were driven, what, out of Gaza? Out of their homes in Jaffa?
There'll be enough Jordanian forces to stop that, or whether the Jordanian forces can necessarily be counted on to fire on the people of Bahrain, who by overwhelming majority, 80%, reject completely the illegitimate, tyrannical rule of the Emir of Bahrain. Maybe the Emir will end up on the causeway. He may have to leave his gin and tonics behind. He may have to leave his concubines behind, although not necessarily so, and flee to Saudi Arabia. The people of Bahrain have been tortured, literally, for decades. I became involved in Gulf politics when I made a major speech in Parliament in a debate that I instituted to denounce the role of a Scotsman called Ian Henderson, who was the Bahraini regime's chief torturer. He'd made his name as a torturer in Kenya with the Mau Mau, torturing Kenyans, and when he retired, the Bahrainis hired him to be their chief torturer. And I brought this to the notice of the British Parliament and some of the British public. So I've had an interest in Bahrain, and my interest is helping the Bahraini people free themselves from foreign occupation.
Remember, he was a big fan. No, you can just lower the volume and let him keep talking. But remember, this guy was a buddy of Saddam Hussein. He's now supporting the Iranian regime. He's speaking out against Bahrain because Bahrain was one of the countries that have been receiving missiles and drones from Iran. Bahrain, by the way, obviously, George Galloway does not mind that it's an oppressive dictatorship. That's what he likes. But the problem is this oppressive dictatorship is in the Abraham Accords. So they are officially okay with Israel existing. Officially.
From 1 hour to the next. This war now depends on Iran. Iran has achieved the military political advantage in this war. Whatever the American media tries to spin, whatever the Israel lobby in the United States tries to persuade.
So we just asserted it's getting advantage, no explaining?
Advantage Iran. And I've got a guest coming up who'll tell us if they indeed intend to press home that advantage. Professor Morandi, up next after this very, very
all right, let's not watch the commercials, because if you advertise with George Galloway, do not advertise with us. By the way, how many viewers does he have, Daniel, right now? Because we have 59.
Like 50K or something. No, 20K.
Okay, so only about 500 times what we have. Yeah, people, that's a good time to press the like button here, or if you'd rather, increase the gap, go press the like button on George Galloway's stream. Yeah, look, somebody mentioned, I don't think it was in the context, I think it was in the context of the Young Turks, somebody said that so many of their viewers must be in the Middle East. I'm sure many of his viewers are in the Middle East. I'm sure many of his viewers in the West are from the Middle East. But first of all, if they're here, that is a concern. And if they're here, it's a concern whether or not they're from the Middle East, because these ideas resonate with many here. Bless you, Daniel. Somebody asked about the Nikos Guevara t-shirt, which is a great opportunity to show it and remind people that you can get it at objectivism.co.uk/shop. It is only $35. That will include shipping and will include a profit for the Ayn Rand Center UK, because we are a for-profit. You can also get the other t-shirt, which has our logo on it and says for-profit, in case you ever forget whether or not we're a charity or a for-profit. These t-shirts are available now. Daniel, somebody asked me about hoodies, because here in the UK, it's not always t-shirt weather. We will have hoodies as well, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I can make them.
We can make hoodies. We can, this is of course through a service, but it's a better service than we used before. And the service we used before, like my Jonathan Hoenig t-shirt is kind of, it's looking old, but I've had it many years. So
we are using the same service, but I'm trying to pick, because even in the same service, I can pick different shirts, I can pick different material, so I can pick different prints. So what I'm going for is the prints and the shirts that should have the longest, basically will hold on for longest. But also, you can rebuy them. I think $35, including shipping, is like a really decent price for a shirt.
Absolutely, it is worth getting right now. So yeah, people go ahead and buy yours. Objectivism. Do you want to put the link in the chat so people can just click it? Because if they see it, it's not as easy. We want to make it as easy as possible for people to support our work and show your support when walking around. Please be safe. Make sure you don't get yourself killed by some peace-loving, mostly peaceful activists. But yeah, all right. Is he back from commercial break? Don't worry, we're not going to watch him the whole time, but we will watch some more.
Not yet.
Oh man, look how it. Yeah. By the way, people, while we'll use George Galloway's commercial break to sell our own stuff. So we already did that with Nikos, but also you see all this space above us and right below us. This is ad space. So if you have a business, a service, or you just want to tell the world you want your name associated with what we do, get in touch, advertise on this show, and piss George Galloway off along the way. He banned me on Twitter, but he didn't ban this channel. And I'm sure when he is not streaming, which I think is only a couple hours a week, then yeah. Who is Uncle Fester? Sorry I'm ignorant on a bunch of stuff. So Race, I know you're this is an analogy that could win you comment of the day which I believe you're the title holder of winning comment of the day the most.
It's from Adam's family.
Oh, okay. So that's okay for me to be ignorant on that. All right. I mean, I don't have to watch everything.
But Adam's family? Everybody watch Adam's family.
All right. Yeah, I'm familiar with the song, but anyway, is he back?
I don't know how. No, it might be longer.
Oh wow.
Oh wait, he might be back.
Oh no.
Yeah, he is back. Is this like the only guy they know in Iran? The only propagandist they know? Everybody, Piers Morgan, freaking everybody just invites him.
Oh, have we seen him before?
Of course we have.
I've seen him as well.
Yeah.
All right.
Of course he did.
Let's hear what he has to say. Oh,
Iran has like one propagandist in the West, apparently.
He's not one of the ones that have been on Owen Jones, right?
I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't remember him on Owen Jones. I can check.
By the way, is that a picture or is that a live shot? No, it can't be a live shot behind.
What?
No, yeah, right. All right.
Probably I would assume a picture. I mean, it has to be a picture. Like the lights don't do that.
It's dark outside. So anyway, all right.
Yeah, but
let's
also
hear
also lights don't do that on camera. And also, where would he be shooting that from? Like to get that?
That was what I was wondering. How physically close is George Galloway to where I am now? But let's not dox either one of us, and let's listen to the professor.
Much more authoritarian and dangerous very rapidly. Elon Musk and X and other social media, they supported the genocide in Gaza. They supported the slaughter. They censored people for criticizing what was going on. I recall numerous tweets of mine that were deleted. One was a picture of a number of Palestinian children who were massacred, and I wrote above it, Western values, and in scare quotes. And they deleted my tweet. They forced me to delete it. Otherwise, I would no longer be able to use my account. And that happened many times. So this is how...
By the way, that's happened to me once, that I was told, your account has been blocked, delete this tweet, somebody found it, whatever. And this was like a few months ago, so under Elon Musk. But yeah, this guy's actually blaming Musk. I love that. He's not saying this is a policy by Musk or whatever. He's saying Musk wanted me. These people, this is like the guy like Steve Sweeney thinking Israel is targeting him. You think Elon Musk knows who you are, moron? Come on. Sorry, not moron. He may be intelligent. He is absolutely evil.
I mean, he is a professor, so of English literature and Orientalism. We cannot say that anymore. That is disgusting.
And often during the day, there are millions of people on the streets in Iran, in different countries, as I'm sure you and many of your viewers know. In Tehran, right now, as we speak, in different neighborhoods, there are huge crowds chanting in support of the revolution, the armed forces, the constitution, the leader, and rejecting the United States. And they have been bombed on multiple occasions. Western media won't say this, but I've tweeted footage, and I'm sure you have, and I'm sure you've seen it. I was at the Jerusalem Day or Quds Day rally on the last Friday of the month of Ramadan in Tehran. On that day, across the country, they had rallies. It was huge. They fired missiles at the rally. They fired missiles at it. But people didn't budge. They murdered a...
Oh yeah, and Iran didn't report on this?
Wait, why are you pausing him rather than silencing him?
I silenced him.
Oh. They didn't fire missiles at the rally. No, let's not assume that they didn't. They fired. They should have, but they fired missiles around the rally. So yeah.
16-year-olds. They stood their ground. They wouldn't move. So how can I behave differently from that 16-year-old girl, that 15-year-old boy, that 75-year-old woman, that 80-year-old man who stands his ground on the streets of Tehran, on the streets?
But yeah, this guy is telling us that just so you understand who the real hero in Iran's fight for whatever, it's him, just so you know.
But instead they choose to go on the streets from different walks of life. When they are so steadfast and when the bombs strike, they're unfazed. They do not scream. They just continue chanting, saying that we are the nation of martyrdom. We're the nation of Imam Hussein. We are resolute in our resistance. How can I do anything but what they do? So I will continue to do what I have to do. But it is something that people should keep in mind, that Elon Musk is allowing his platform for people there to gather money to take people hostage and, of course, torture them and murder them. But if you say that if you complain too much about dead Palestinian kids, you could get into trouble.
Well, indeed, and full marks to you for that answer. I expected nothing less from you. Let's turn to the bigger picture. There's a Scottish comedian called Duncan McRae who is facing the Lord on the Judgment Day, and who is told by the Lord that he's going downstairs because of all the bad things that he had done in his life. And he says in the Scottish vernacular to the Lord, I didn't ken, I didn't know, I didn't ken. And the Lord says, well, you ken now, you know now. They know now that they picked the wrong country to try and bully, to try and break. They now know for sure that they've bitten off far more than they are able to chew. All of us who are watching social media know this. Perhaps those watching mainstream media, not so much.
Well, he has been posting like AI. I think, is he just straight up like lying to himself? Because he's posting like AI generated videos. I don't know much about George Galloway. I don't know if he's dumb and he actually believes like Iran is winning, or he is just making propaganda and is playing dumb.
Come on, man. George Galloway is not dumb. George Galloway, listen to he's actually a great orator. He's an evil human being, but look, he like it's him and Nigel Farage are like the two great orators, political orators of our time. And unfortunately, that's more important actually than the content of your ideas in terms of success. Like, look, he has had success at the ballot box because he knew where to run. Which was always in the most anti-Semitic parts of the country. And yeah, I don't know. I wonder if, because he has some sort of party, right? That's also pretty much like only a pro-Palestinian party. It's interesting to see if he joins with your party or if he is, I think he was kicked out of Labor. This is a history lesson from memory, so people fact check me on this. I don't want to I'm not 100% sure. If I remember correctly, he was kicked out of Labor by Tony Blair, and I don't think he was I don't remember if he was allowed back in. I don't think he was allowed back in under Corbyn, right?
I don't know.
Maybe the other super, anti-Israel person in the Labour Party was let in under Corbyn. That would be the first mayor of London, Ken Livingstone, who was mayor from 2000 to 2008. Yeah, I think somebody was allowed back in under Corbyn, but again, I could be misremembering. But yeah, in any case, the professor is less interesting to me actually than Galloway. But let's hear some more.
Shown him that. The Iranians have already shown him that. When the Israeli regime struck Iran's critical gas infrastructure, with the consent of the United States, Trump is lying that he didn't know. The U.S. did know. If he personally did not know, that just shows how ignorant.
For a second, mute while he's telling us. Well, he's reading the mind of Trump for us. Davey Boy says he formed the Respect Party. Yeah, that I remember, but I think he's now in a different party, if I'm not mistaken. I know Chris Williamson, one of his close buddies in politics, I believe, is in a different party. But this should be, as Daniel says, you shouldn't even ask Grok, just Google it. But anyway, let's hear some more.
So Trump has to be very careful, because if this happens, then it no longer matters if the Strait of Hormuz is opened or not, if there is some sort of agreement. There will be no more oil or gas or petrochemicals and those ships to take those non-existent oil and gas and petrochemicals. And that would lead to a global economic crash that the world has never seen in the last century. It will be far worse than 1929. And the world will know that this is Trump's doing. And it is all for Zionism. And if anyone asks, why is Iran striking back at these regimes? Because without their support, without giving the US their airspace, without giving the US their territory, without allowing the US to fire missiles from their territory on a daily basis, there would be no war today. So they are fully complicit. And Iran did not start this war, and Iran did not start striking infrastructure. Everything that Iran has done till now has been in retaliation. So hopefully the madman in Washington, someone will.
People are forgetting when they're shilling for Iran is unfortunately what Trump might also be forgetting, although he seems to remind himself and the world from time to time, is that it is still, as I keep saying, in second gear. The U.S. hasn't used anywhere near its full capabilities with conventional weapons, let alone anything beyond that. So yeah, we haven't seen anything yet, but yeah, I want to hear Galloway.
A public servant of any other kind was behaving like him, there would be the flap of white coats. Men would come in to take him away in a straitjacket to a padded cell. The insanity is written all over his face. It's written in every statement he makes on Truth Social. It's written in every press briefing that he gives. I mean, there was a movie called The Madness of King George. This madness is way in excess of the madness of the old English king. But you would hear the flap of white coats, or you'd hear the march of boots as the military brass took the nuclear button away from him. But none of that is happening in the US, even though the vast majority of the American public is opposed to this war. Some of them only because Trump started it. They might well have done it themselves if they had still been in power. But they're pretending at least to be against it, and the public is overwhelmingly against it. And yet, Trump can actually press that button that you mentioned tomorrow, as he's threatened to do. And it will happen unless someone takes the button away. It doesn't say much for the system of so-called democracy, does it, Professor?
No, this is not a democracy. It has never been a democracy. And Europe has never been democratic. And what we're seeing today is basically the end result of this whole project of liberal capitalism. But I don't think this madness is just linked to Trump. Anyone from the Epstein class is mad. Anyone who conducts themselves in such a manner towards children and does the things that we've heard from the Epstein documents, they're mad. Anyone who hides it, whether in the mainstream media, whether it's the presenters or the editors, that madness is very much associated with their behavior as well. Anyone who is not outraged that the Epstein files are hidden away and the real evidence is not out there for the public to see, and that no one of significance is being arrested, there's a madness about them too. Any presenter in Western media which refrain from saying that what happened in Gaza is a genocide, there's madness in that too. So this is not surprising. It's a madhouse. The political elites in the West and those affiliated to them, they all belong in this large madhouse. But the reality will dawn upon them in the coming hours. If they make the wrong move, Iran is prepared to go all the way. We are not backing down. The United States the Israeli regime
Great to hear.
have to back down.
Wait.
This war comes to an end. Iran's conditions are not only about Iran, they're about the region, they're about Iran's sovereignty, and they're about the future of threats against Iran in the future. In other words, the Persian Gulf can no longer be a place where these family dictatorships allow it to be used as a foothold to attack Iran or Yemen or Iraq or Syria or Lebanon or anywhere else. And also, Iran has to be compensated for everything that has been done to it. And Iran will do that. The United States will not achieve its goals. This is a dying empire. Things in the United States are not going well at all. And they are going to get a lot worse. But if Trump makes this foolish move, they're going to get a lot worse, a lot faster than they thought it would. And again, I stress to people in the Persian Gulf, no one in Iran wants harm to for them, but Iran is forced to retaliate. And so I stress that people should seriously contemplate leaving Qatar tonight, leaving Oman, the Emirates, the Saudi regime, Kuwait, Bahrain, all these entities tonight, because it is quite possible that there will no longer be any electricity or any other critical infrastructure in the coming hours. So again, I stress that if these regimes were not complicit in this war and they were not complicit in the murder of all these Iranians, we would not have this conflict. And you and I would.
want to say about some stuff about a lot of stuff that he said, but I do want to listen to Galloway's response. I should say these are not empty threats. You know, Iran has made threats and made good on some of these threats. And I hope
Galloway is speaking, if you wanna.
What? Oh yeah,
Gallo.
Let's hear.
Of drinking water, which is possible only by desalination plants that are literally sitting ducks.
I think that everything is included, George. The fact is that the United States needs this territory to wage war. And the family dictatorships in Qatar and elsewhere.
The threats by the Iranian regime, as conveyed by this guy, is not an empty threat. Christopher says the U.S. and Israel are shaking in their boots, buddy. Look, we should be afraid. They haven't fully activated. They haven't even really partially activated their sleeper cells. They have managed to hit not as forcefully as they seem to claim, but they have managed to hit Israel's refinery in Haifa. They've hit oil and gas fields all over the Middle East. They can do this, and if they do it, hopefully Trump will understand. And look, as far as his actions go, for the most part, he does understand. As far as his words go, he doesn't understand. If things get worse, and they could get much worse for all of us, that is all the more reason why we should fight this war, why we should double down, why we shouldn't say, if you don't do this within 48 hours, blah, 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 just do it. Just do it, because that is the threat that Iran can pose now after 3 weeks of bombardment. And it is either their last stance or it's America's last stance in the world. Like, if America backs off, if Trump does what Ronald Reagan did in Lebanon, this is the end. He's right. America has been getting weaker, and this is and should be a turning point. And backing off will mean it's not a turning point. Backing off will mean it's the end. So take the threats seriously, and to the extent that you see them carried out, and hopefully even before, just based on the threat, fight back, make sure the regime is gone, make sure it is gone at whatever price. for the Iranian people and whatever price for their future in terms of their infrastructure. Reza Pahlavi, again, I'm stuck on this. Don't bomb the, look, first of all, if Trump takes Karg Island, he doesn't necessarily have to bomb, the oil there. But no, this is not an option. If Iran, if it means ruining their infrastructure and sending them back to the Stone Age for the security of Americans and Israelis, that is a price that we're happy for them to pay and should be happy for them to pay.
Yeah, I mean, seizing Karg Island seems like such a no-brainer, at least to me. Like even in perpetuity, or probably not. It might be harder to like keep on it. Although again, depending, like I don't see necessarily a reason not to do it. You are dealing with so many issues at once. Outside of something like international law, but who cares about that? I don't. And we shouldn't. America shouldn't.
Yeah, another point was you heard both of them referring to Trump. Like Galloway went on a whole rant about how crazy Trump is and how he should be taken away in the straight jacket. That's right before he blocked me on Twitter. He also called me crazy. For somebody who is such really a great orator, it's a problem. You can have those skills, but if you don't have the content, you don't have the material. What he's working with is the talking points of evil, and the talking points of evil in an attempt to present them to, I guess, what he thinks is an audience of maybe good people, or at least it's a Western audience, so there might be good there. So it's he doesn't know how to sell it. So there's the his guest did this, talking about democracies. Well, the United States is not a democracy. Europe is not a democracy. Democracy, I guess, is a sound. It's not a word. It's just a sound that comes out of your mouth that means positive. It doesn't mean anything. It's just positive, good vibes, or what have you. So the countries he doesn't like are not democracies. And I guess the countries he does are democracies. Why is an Iranian propagandist saying democracy is like I guess because he's speaking in English. I really would be surprised if in Persian he says the same thing. Also this guy has has internet, not from Elon Musk. So yeah, his problem with Elon Musk is that now his victims also, this guy's victims also have, some of them have maybe internet access thanks to Elon. Just really overall piece of shit. Daniel, anything to add before we move on, or listen to a bit more of them? Maybe just a little bit more of them and then move on.
Somebody says Raz is cooking, so cook more.
I think they're both cooked, so we can listen to a bit.
I actually lost.
That Piers Morgan studio might get one of these missiles down its chimney. Did Iran fire 2 missiles which narrowly missed their target in Diego Garcia? Or was that somebody else that did that?
Iranians have said that they did not fire those missiles. And they also say that they did not fire missiles towards Turkey or Oman. And therefore, we must conclude that these are false flag operations. But just one thing that I wanted to add, George, is that with regards to the Persian Gulf, the Emirates, with a passport-holding population of 1 million, if push comes to shove, the resistance in Iraq, a country with 45 to 47 million people, in Yemen, if they move into the Arabian Peninsula, who is going to stop them? If the resistance in Iraq takes over Kuwait, if Yemen enters Saudi Arabia, if Iran intensifies its attack, and if their key infrastructure is destroyed, they will fall immediately. All of these regimes will fall. So the Emirates is in no position to threaten Iran. They've already did more than enough harm to the Iranian people and helped the slaughter of all those little children in Minab. So the smart thing for the Emirates to do would be to call their masters in Washington and their masters in Tel Aviv and start licking their boots and begging them not to carry out their threats, because these regimes will pay the ultimate price.
Finally, Professor, and I'm always grateful for your time, especially in the arduous circumstances in which you find yourself. This all started because of Palestine. The real gripe that the West has with the Islamic Republic of Iran is that uniquely, more or less, they have never forgotten Palestine, and that they never will, and that their declared intention, their article of faith, is to do whatever they can to rescue the Palestinian people from their ongoing calvary. You, not Nasser, not Saddam Hussein, no king, no emir, have ever made Israel pay for its crimes against the Palestinian people, against the Lebanese, and many others, in the way that Iran has over this last 3 weeks. And millions, maybe more than millions, are glued to whatever footage they can find. And it seems that you are more or less punishing Israel at will now. If you can land missiles at Dimona, the secret of all secrets, the best or worst kept secret in history, Israel's nuclear weapons plant, you can land them anywhere. And now that your country is bombing Israel 24/7, is there any possibility that the Palestinian people can look forward to some salvation in whatever agreement you agree to make at the end of all this?
I think that at the end of all this, there will have to be an agreement, as I said earlier. There will, without a doubt, be an agreement which includes all of Iran's allies in West Asia. I should also add, though, George, and I know you know this, that the heroic resistance in Lebanon has really been stunning during the past few weeks. I recall how after drawing away the Israeli army from Gaza for many, many months, and then ultimately the Israeli regime carrying out strikes in Lebanon and murdering Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, after weeks of heavy fighting and the slaughter of so many innocent Lebanese
Saint? Did he say
supporters of
Saint?
resistance,
Is that what I heard? Is there Saint?
when there was a ceasefire, the resistance and the slaughter of so many innocent Lebanese supporters of resistance, murdering Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, after weeks of heavy fights in Lebanon and murdering Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, after weeks of heavy fighting and the slaughter of so many
It
innocent
sounded like Saint.
Lebanese,
Anyway, you can,
Erdogan,
yeah.
and despite all
mean,
this.
First of all, these people are clearly. We wondered, how the All In podcast is as popular as it is. That's clearly where these people get their news from. David Sachs. That's where they get their news on what's happening. But Piers, George, you had me at missile through Piers Morgan's chimney. I mean that was I kind of can guess what we walked in on there, but yeah. Anyway.
Serenity now! Serenity now!
I mean, this guy just wants all Jews to be killed in like Israel. That's as simple as it is. Like, and you probably don't know which guy I mean. Well, both of them actually. I mean the way that the allies, the Iranian allies in West Asia. You mean the terrorist organizations like the Houthis and Hezbollah? That's what you mean, the allies? Yeah, I hope there won't be any deal for that matter, let alone a deal that would include Hezbollah and like they just want choose to be genocide. Like it's straight up as simple as it is. Like I shouldn't have to say anything more. Like this is what they want.
Are they done?
I wish.
Have woken up to the reality. They see their regimes are dishonest and they want something different. And people across the world are waking up. And one reason why I think that Trump and the Trump regime are waging this war is because the Zionists in the United States know that in the future they cannot do this again. The youth in the United States have turned against the regime. The people my age are turning against the regime. Even older people are gradually turning against the regime. So in future, they cannot manipulate American society like they do today. They won't be able to do it in Europe either, and they cannot do it in our region. The regimes that are complicit and have cooperated with the Israeli regime, they will all be swept away in one way or another.
Daniel,
and the people will be empowered.
Harrison's recommendation, if you can find that clip, I'd love to see it. But yeah, look, again, he's not 100% wrong. There is some very bad things happening that America has let happen, in part by pretending that that evil Islamic dictatorships like Qatar are our friends because they bring money into the U.S. Yes, they bring money into the U.S. To influence Americans, and they have done so successfully. And to be fair, the culture was ripe for it. So yeah, the threat is real, but that's all the more reason why Israel should take advantage of this situation, and America should keep doing what it's doing right now. And yeah, I really want Trump to listen to all these people and understand how they see him as a weak paper tiger. And again, I've said many times, I do not expect Trump to do the right thing for the right reasons, but my hope is that he's going to do the right thing, even if it's for the wrong reasons. And if it's because they, talk shit about him, great, whatever. Just listen, Trump, to how they're talking about you. They don't think you have the balls. Do you have the balls? If you have the balls, show them you have the balls. Can you cut that and email it to the White House? Not really. I want them to let me back in for Spark 2.
I cannot find the clip.
Yeah, people who have that clip, send it to us in the through the form on the website. And for now, we're gonna hear some more from these people.
All power to the people, comrade. All power to the people. Hey, I'm gonna tell Professor Morandi, challenge accepted. In August 1970, the Black Panther Party leader U.P. Newton offered to send BPP members to Vietnam to fight alongside the National Liberation Front against U.S. forces. That was in 1970. Today, we are here in Newark, New Jersey. We work in Newark, and we are listening to what's going on around the world. And we still believe we are part of the world. We are still fighting and struggling as members of the world community. We fight for the people. I want to say something, and it's very important, Professor. It's very important. Right now in Newark, New Jersey, the people living here have to pay about $2,500 for rent. Our schools are teaching reading and mathematics at a 5% proficiency and a 6% proficiency. To be able to afford to live, you have to make about $80,000. The average income here in Newark, New Jersey is $35,000 a year. So it's almost impossible to survive. Remember, you have to work 2-3 jobs to be able
Remember,
to
you
pay
can get
rent.
in your beat up Ford Escort and drive south or west and stop somewhere where you don't have to pay $2,500 rent. North New Jersey and Davy boy, that's a bit racist but funny. Not a New Jersey dialect. Yeah, this is this is completely off topic, but it's on
Is
topic
this
and on
even a
brand.
dialect? Like, to me, this sounds like a Black Panther, like a Black
It
Panther
does.
stuff.
In style and in substance. Let's hear some more from the Panther.
I think he even said, like, his name is Chairman Africa, and I think he mentioned Black Panthers.
Rutgers Crime Report. It will tell you everything I'm telling you, how people are suffering. The people don't want to go to war. The people in these communities are starving. We have programs to educate the people, to feed the people, all of this for free. We offer political education classes, everything for free. Because if you want to save the people, you want to serve the people, you must educate them. You must give them political education. You must feed them, and you must house them. This is what we are doing in our communities in 2026 for free, because we believe we belong to the people, just like we belong to the people in Iran. The people in Iran in the streets fighting for their liberation. We stand with those people because we are here in the belly of empire, and we are suffering. The people are sleeping in the streets in snowstorms while they.
This is like a GTA 4 radio. This is like the type of stuff you would hear on the radio on like Grand Theft Auto game.
Understand, only in serving the people and educating the masses can you defeat the Epstein class. You cannot defeat these people by talking, by making deals, just how they go to the United Nations and they trample on all the laws, break every single law and face nothing. It's the same thing they do to us here. They take our homes, they shoot our kids in the back, they brutalize us, they make us work 3 jobs, and there's no way to hold any of these people accountable. The only way to hold them accountable is by going into the communities, just like Mao Zedong said. Go inside the fields, the farms, and get the people in those farms and educate those people. Put revolution in them, and they will overtake the empire. I'm telling Professor Morendi, by the time I leave this planet, I'm in my 40s, I will find my way to Iran to meet you because you are a comrade. Keep up the struggle and keep us informed. But we are doing all we can in North New Jersey. And Professor, I need you to bring us up sometime for us to talk about all the work we do. We stood up to ICE. Look on Google it. Look on the YouTube. Google North New Jersey Panthers against ICE. Google Philadelphia Panthers against ICE. We stand up to ICE and we make them back down. I told the ICE officer, if you grab that mace, I will take it from you and mace you. He had to put the mace away. It's on video. You can organize the community. You can organize the people to stand up. But it takes people that love the people, that care about the people, that are not in love with materialism, like the Epstein class. Those people do not.
Well, Chairman, I must say, we've had many brilliant calls on this show over the many years that we've been doing it, but I'm not sure we've ever had a more powerful call than that. Chairman Africa in New Jersey, North New Jersey, on the Middle East. Now, look, it's important, very important, that I acknowledge those who keep this program going. Week
Okay.
He's going to super chats. Well,
you
he
can
gets
still
Africa
money
and
George
to
Galloway
continue.
if you want. You can also support this show, which I, without even looking, guarantee you has less in super chat so far. Even though we've been on for 2.5 hours and he has only been on for 1 hour and 7 minutes. Yeah,
imagine.
I think people now tell me the truth in the chat. It also helps the algorithm. Did you not? Are you not happy that we listened in and got to hear Chairman Africa agree or disagree? And hopefully you disagreed with the content. I think it was good stuff. Yeah, Daniel.
Imagine having Chairman Africa on and you go to super chats while he's giving a speech.
Giving a speech and quoting Mao Zedong. Like, this guy That to go straight up to the biggest mass murderer of all time. Like he quotes them by the body count.
Also, I had
And
no idea
not in
Black
a good
Panthers
way.
still exist.
What?
I had no idea Black Panthers still exist.
Well, they're coming back, and
also, what a like he's a Black Panther and he like goes to fight ICE. Is that like I don't like this. I don't know what to call it, like intersectionality or whatever. Like this, like everything is about everything, right? So if you are a Black Panther, you also have to be against ICE. You also have to be pro-Palestine. You have to be pro-Iran. Apparently, it's like at least have some. I don't know. I feel like he should be focused on something. It's so unfocused, I guess. New Black Panthers Islamic run. Well, it's not like the last Black Panthers were an Islamic run.
Yeah. Also, yeah. I don't know.
Also, Islam is the religion of black people, so.
That's pretty racist.
Well, isn't that what Louis Farrakhan says? Or even Malcolm X? I mean, I'm now drawing like a big gap, but I feel like.
Yeah, they don't speak, even though they claim to speak for all black people, I don't think they actually did. Secret Baspring says, many blacks don't know about the Arab-Muslim slave trade that lasted 1,400 years up until the 1950s. Some of them do. And I'd say some of these hardcore activists probably do. Yes, Yal, if you're watching, we did add it to the super chat goal. You should pay closer attention to this show. Yes, people, the super chat goal is £100. That removes ads and gets Yal's vest. But we are nowhere near that, Yal. So either somebody comes. Where are we, Daniel? Super chat goal wise.
Well, just quickly, Malcolm X was a speaker for the Nation of Islam for like over 10 years. So, you know. Racism sometimes works. You can make assumptions and be right. Unlike Joe Rogan, my predictions and my assumptions actually work out. This is where we are, unless... No, yeah, this is where we are.
All right. Yeah, this is not an excuse for not joining the show. This might be. Let's play some more from George Galloway.
They are on ad break.
Oh, man. Okay.
Oh, wait, they just came out.
Wait. I think I had something to say about what the guest was saying, but I don't remember what it was. And anyway, I think, yeah, the gist of it was the Mao Zedong quote and his desire to go meet the professor in Tehran. And I hope he does that sooner rather than later. Yeah, remember, these people are anti-Americans in America. Like, it's one thing to have George Galloway in a country that refuses to declare war, and therefore he can't be tried for treason, which he should be. But it's a whole other thing for the guy in Tehran, you know, and this guy's dreaming of going to meet him. Send him there, or send him to wherever else he belongs. Okay, let's listen in.
That New Jersey guy reminded me of a joke. That's pretty funny.
Is it a racist joke?
No. Well, maybe against New Jerseyans.
I think that's fine. Go ahead.
Oh, it was like there's a New Jersey guy was like in like university class where his professor was talking about the war in the Falkland Islands. And he's like, "Hey, professor, what fucking islands are we talking about?" No, it's just one Falkland Islands. Hey, dickhead. I'm talking to you. What fucking islands are we talking about? There's fucking islands over here. There's fucking islands over here. There's a lot of fucking islands.
Is that a New Jersey accent? Sounds like
New York,
German
New
Africa
Jersey.
has more of a New Jersey accent. By the way, I love New Jersey. But anyway, let's go back to oh, he has another guest. Researcher, political analyst, and journalist. Okay, journalists, you tend to be right on the money. Let's
hide the crimes of the Epstein class?
Thank you very much for having me, George. It's always a pleasure to be with you. Sadly, we have a situation.
Epstein class was what you had to take a drink for. We would be completely wasted. So next time, let's do it.
You have to repeat stuff to. It's like when you're on the radio, you have to keep repeating because like people are tuning in and out, so you have to repeat it for the people in the back.
years and of serious mental decline. We said the same about Joe Biden, which was absolutely true. But this is also the same with Trump, albeit a little bit different. We know from the past that Trump uses a variety of medications, and we've seen from some images a drawer full of them from his past administration. But it looks in his elder years and with all of the stress, and I'm sure the unhealthy lifestyle that he leads, that this is contributing to this. Now, you ask about the U.S. Constitution. There are provisions constitutionally to remove a president who is incapacitated or has mentally degraded to the point of not being able to make proper decisions, but that has to be verified. There are numerous sort of guidelines as to how that can happen. It has to be done with medical professionals. It has to be signed off. There have to be numerous mechanisms that have to be worked out, and in the process for that to take place, it's never, to my knowledge, happened before in the U.S. history. Of course, we've had presidents who've been assassinated. We've had presidents who have left office for resignation, right, or who have been impeached and then resigned. But we've never had a situation where somebody has been at this state of ill health in terms of their mental health and been removed. But you're certainly right. He does have the briefcase.
Went through a whole explanation of how Trump is, without a doubt, mentally unable to continue his job. And then he says there's a mechanism to remove him. Yeah, the 25th Amendment. But that needs to be proven. And then he goes back to saying this is obviously the case. Yeah, make up your mind.
I don't think it has to be proven, by the way. Like, I think it's the
No, the majority. I think a majority vote in the cabinet is enough. But if James Valiant is watching, let us know he knows the Constitution.
But again, it has never happened, so we don't like. Even the Constitution isn't super clear on what exactly it means, is my understanding. So even if it did happen, I would assume it would go straight to the Supreme Court, challenged by the president, probably.
Bull Moose, thank you for the super chat. Bull Moose says an Epstein drink just sounds like it's drugged. Well, I don't think did we say Epstein drink or did we say drinking game? Whenever they say Epstein class,
I think we should make bingo cards. We should sell bingo cards in the shop.
Romancing the Trolls says Newark is an airport with a city attached anyway. Yes, I'm not sure which of the two is worse, if it's the city or the airport, although when I go to America, I do fly into Newark every single time because of my choice of airline, which I reconsider every time I fly into Newark. Okay, let's continue.
Feeling the effects of his irrational decision-making now as it affects their wallets, it affects their cars and their transportation and their food and their livelihoods.
Now, amongst your many achievements, you've lived many lives for being such a young man. You were once a U.S. military officer and a distinguished one. And there are others, Scott Ritter, ditto. Lieutenant Colonel Aguilar, who was on the show on Wednesday, Colonel Douglas McGregor, Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, and so many others. So you definitely are able to put yourself in the place of the U.S. Marine Corps, 2,500 of them, the 82nd Airborne, who we're told are going to be sent on what is, by any definition, a suicide mission, a mission that literally could only end in disaster. What's your feeling if you are one of those soldiers? What's the chatter amongst the U.S. military? We know about the sailors on the U.S. aircraft carriers who sure didn't fancy clearing the Strait of Hormuz and have made sure that their aircraft carrier is no longer capable of doing so in any case. Just tell us what's in the mind of the U.S. military and their parents, their wives, who may never see them again after this suicide mission has been mounted.
Okay.
Well,
not
certainly,
really
I
interested
think
in this
that
guy's answer, but I will remind people, as tragic as the deaths are, there have been 13 deaths, right? Still 13 deaths of American soldiers so far. 6 of them in an accident. So, yeah. I don't understand what he's like. Does George Galloway at some point say, and here is the proof that America is losing, and here is, look at the numbers? Because what is he going to say? What numbers is he going to point to? Yeah.
I mean, you are asking for like logic and facts. I don't know.
Thank you, Tricycle Jesus, for the super chat, which brings us up to Daniel. You have some sort of way of converting that 28.30. So we are still 71 pounds and 70 pence away from the super chat goal, at which point the ads will be removed and Yao will be here with his vest. Hopefully, Yao will be here even if we don't get to that goal, because at some point I will have to gracefully bow out. But George Galloway is helping me stay alert and forget about my sore throat and other symptoms. Okay, let's listen in.
Or do you wanna take a break from him and do some other things?
Do you have that other video?
What other video?
That people in the chat were mentioning.
Which one?
The one with George Galloway's previous guest on Piers Morgan with Goldie calling him out.
Oh.
All right, people, whoever said that, send it to us in
I think they said to find it.
Yeah. Yes, the Don't Be a Retard segment, we had a video for that, and I don't know if I saved it somewhere else. So yeah, Daniel, if you have something for us in between before we go back to Galloway, that's great. And I will see if I saved
Wanna
it.
go back to Cuba?
Oh yeah.
Well, specifically the pre-Cuba part with Code Pink.
Sure.
Anyway, like, what is even the point of this?
Here we are on our way to Cuba.
Cuba sí,
bloqueo no. Cuba sí, bloqueo no. Cuba sí, bloqueo no. Cuba sí, bloqueo no. Cuba sí, bloqueo no. Cuba sí, bloqueo no. Cuba sí, bloqueo no. Cuba sí, bloqueo no. Cuba sí, bloqueo no. Cuba sí, bloqueo no.
Wait, I wanna check something. Do you have any thoughts on this? I still don't get it. Like, what are they doing there? What is the... Is it to... Or is this like when like people ask artists to like make art for free and they pay them in exposure? Is this what they're doing? They're like helping Cuba in exposure?
They're bringing humanitarian aid so that nobody in Cuba will ever starve again. With them on a plane full of people.
All right.
Romancing the Troll says, I wish we could trade them in for some Cubans. Yeah, I agree. I would think people, but cigars is also better than whatever that was. Or people who make cigars. Yeah, I don't think Daniel watched that episode, but that's a good one. Check it out. But those weren't Cubans; those were Dominicans.
By the way, am I crazy, or is that Ryan Grimm also on this airplane? I don't know if you know this guy. Is this Ryan
Is that
Grimm?
somebody who's a big Twitter anti-Semite?
He's on Breaking Points. So yes. Wait, let me look on this X. Also, is this like a chartered plane of?
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't look like it's a commercial flight. Yeah, I'd be very uncomfortable if I just happened to be on my way to Cuba for whatever reason and I was with all these people. Then again, why would you be on your way to Cuba for any reason? Salome says they look like the boomers from the campaign for nuclear disarmament. Yeah, I guess there are enough of them to go around, but I know the campaign for nuclear disarmament was taken to the streets of London this weekend as well to once again do what they do, which is advocate for nuclear armament because they are not against disarmament. They're only for they're not for disarmament. They're only for the West disarming and leaving us all in the capable hands of a nuclear Russia, China, North Korea, and Pakistan and Iran.
Wanna take a look at Larichani's daughter?
Who?
Larichani's
Oh, Larijani.
daughter.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah. She's back in Iran, right? But yeah. So she's a professor at Emory. This is the same daughter, right? A professor at Emory University in Atlanta.
I mean, you sent me this, so I only assumed that information is correct.
اون چیزی که پدرم خیلی بهش تاکید داشتن و بسیار بعد از تمدن
Well, we don't know what you're saying.
But I'm sure it's super reasonable stuff. Daniel, I think you're trying to get out of bringing us back to George Galloway, even temporarily. Paul, you can't send a link on the chat, so if you're trying to send it in on the form, and then we will go to the 34-minute mark. But for now, let's listen to Galloway.
Wait, I have more clips. Oh wait, I do have some things. Oh, never mind. Well, I have more Steve Sabini clips, but we watch most of them.
Galloway, look, Galloway's entertaining, and it's live. It's we have basically this is going on now, and we got somebody live from Iran, which I don't think we can get on this channel.
We're going to have to hold a position, and we don't even know how long we're going to go in there for. Is it regime change? Is it to take Karg Island? Is it to take the coast? What are we supposed to do? And then how are we supposed to deal? And you have to now imagine, when I joined the military, drone warfare was a thing of the future. Okay, we had some of the bigger drones that were... And what's been seen so far in Iran with these Shahed drones flying everywhere, you have to imagine that a soldier is thinking to themselves, I might not even see the enemy. I'm only going to hear that little buzzing sound as these drones come hit our positions. And if I'm an officer, I was an officer. If I'm an officer, I'm thinking, number one, I've read this in the history books. I've maybe experienced it in combat tours, and now I'm going into a much worse situation. Number two, I'm probably thinking to myself, how can I conscientiously object and get out of this? For those who are diehard and gung-ho, I hope they're prepared, because medals from this campaign will not come easy. And I guarantee you that the Iranians will put up a fierce resistance that the US hasn't seen since Vietnam. And they will experience something unlike anything else. And even the Taliban and the Iraqi resistance gave the US a run for their money. A run for their money. And we know this because the US
wasn't an Iraqi resistance. It was an Iranian resistance. That's the thing. Iraq had no resistance. Iraq fell in 20 days. The US insisted on nation building. It's been made perfectly clear here. Nation building isn't going to happen. So ground operations will happen if it's needed in order to remove the regime. But these doomsday scenarios that they're telling us about,
well, it's the dream day scenarios.
But that's the thing. They're talking about a countries that are already at war, and we've seen what Iran is capable of, and it's capable of causing some damage, but it is not capable of killing many soldiers so far. And yes, It'll be easier for them to do that when there's ground operations. But yeah, what are you talking about? Remember, there's the air superiority isn't going to go away when there's a ground operation. It's not, okay, now let's not fly anymore because we have ground troops. They're going to have aerial support, and they're going to have the weaponry and the machinery that Iran can never dream of. So it's again, it's always amazing to see this kind of propaganda in the West when people have access to other stuff like the fact. Paul, we got it. We will. Daniel will look it up, but I do want to hear a bit more from these guys because this is gold. Goldie is also gold, but so is this.
We see the resistance in Iraq and in Yemen. That's their homeland. They'll never give up. Their children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren will continue to fight so long as the enemy comes to their door. So that's the difference. Iran is prepared for this, and Iran is prepared to lose all of its leadership. This has already been factored in. They have a four-person plan. If 3 people die, they still have a 4th replacement for all positions. Military, political, you name it. There are 4 successors.
No, nothing.
Fired. That's the strength of the Iranian government. That's the strength of Iranian institutions. That's what the propaganda in the West didn't have their populations believe. They believed that they would go with roses, like we heard in Iraq War, in Persian Gulf too, right? They said in 2003 they're going to have carpets and roses and flowers, and they're going to greet us as heroes.
Well, the comparisons to Iraq, which of course, as viewers of this channel know, are a cop out from people who can't actually argue for their point, but and can't argue in the context of this war and how it's being fought because their position is completely invalidated by the way it's being fought. You notice this guy started off slow. And he started off with actually his U.S. military credentials. That is the terrifying part of all this. But you see how he gets himself worked up. And then he gives you this, the Iranian people will never get up. This guy really thinks he is, Hitler in a underground pub in Munich. Like that's how he's speaking. And he's getting himself worked up because he knows that his audience, since it's George Galloway's audience, his audience is effectively, they are the sleeper cells in this country and in the West.
Yeah, I don't have much to add.
And then let's listen to some more. And yeah, we will get to that clip.
That you were an officer, but that you're a scholar, and we're all grateful for it. Professor Marandi, just moments ago, talked to us about the tantalizing possibility that the entire map of the region will be redrawn before this conflict is over. He pointed out that the Iraqi resistance could invade and take Kuwait, for example. He talked about how Yemen could enter Saudi Arabia. Who's going to stop them? We know that these fake states are defenseless other than the United States armaments that they sold them at inflated prices, but that they can only genuinely use if the Americans are there. And now the Americans are not there. They've left Iraq, they've left the Gulf entirely. They've removed themselves from the theater of operations. So if the resistance, maybe even with Iranian support, who knows, these puppet regimes, these revolting satrapies, these corrupt family businesses that run the Gulf, they may all be swept away. Of course, they will escape in their private jets. And who knows, maybe their people will welcome the change. But big changes, there may very well be. What do you think?
I absolutely agree. I think that we're in for many big changes. I think the weakest link of them all is in Bahrain. For those who don't know, Bahrain was part of Iran until the 1970s, until an agreement which gave Bahrain its independence. But Bahrain is run.
Answer, but I'd rather hear my answer to George Galloway than some more about Bahrain, which we've already heard about on this show. yeah, the tantalizing possibility. That's what he said, George Galloway. The tantalizing possibility of the Middle East map being redrawn, and he said as one of the what seemed to be what excited him the most was Yemen could invade Saudi Arabia. Who's going to stop them? The Saudi army. First of all, you're talking about the Houthis. You're not talking about Yemen. You're talking about the people who are controlling a small chunk, relatively, of the country in the west coast of it. So Saudi Arabia, the fact that they can't confront Iran militarily doesn't mean they can't defend themselves from a gang. And the Southern Transitional Council, which is getting strong, it might be at this point almost as strong, if not stronger, than the Houthis. The Houthis aren't even entering this war on behalf of Iran and their brothers in Gaza. So the Houthis don't think that they can do much. And if they do, great. I would love it if they joined. Again, the more the off ramp is removed from Trump's buffet of possibilities here, the better it is for the world. Yes, the Middle East map is being redrawn. It has been redrawn, and the process started on October 7th, 2023, and it is being redrawn in a way that George Galloway won't like, but he doesn't have to dislike it either, because he can just say that whatever he wants happening is happening. And we know that because he's been pushing the Netanyahu's deadline for a while. I haven't heard it on this show, but we haven't heard everything he said. But I don't know if he's taken it back at any point. Thank you, PC, for the super chat. PC says, Razi, he is a bad guy. Thank you for the understatement of the day, let's say. It's not of the century or of the war, but George Galloway is an absolutely evil human being and a super entertaining podcaster. Daniel, any thoughts, or should we go back and listen to some more?
No, I mean, again, these guys just want a Middle East under the control of Iran. They want the destruction of Western civilization. Again, there is no analysis to do here. It's simply them hoping that Western countries will be destroyed and that Western allies will be destroyed. So, like, suddenly the invasion of Kuwait is good. Why? Because our buddy Hussein did it before, tried to do it and failed. By the way, he's a failure. Failed at it, and it was our friend. So now we have to like talk about the invasion of Kuwait again. Like, what? I'm sorry, but what the fuck did Kuwait do to anybody? Like, even as somebody who like, it's like one country in the Middle East, but I'm like, to some extent, they're even trying to be something better.
Yeah, look, I don't feel bad for any of the Gulf states. As I've mentioned, they're all dictatorships. They, if rockets are fired at them, I would like the threat to them removed, but not because it's a threat to them, because it's a threat to decent humans as well. Thank you, PC, for another super chat. PC says, Razi Galloway is one of the people I cannot stand. Can you make him a rarity on here? I get gastro pains when I see him. Yeah, I'm with you. He is a rarity, but he is live now. This is a live show. This is why we're kind of every time we go back to him, it's we're jumping in. Yeah, Bonnie asks about the super chat goal and Yal's vest. Are we? Yeah, we're just over a third of the way, so I think it would probably require one or two big super chats for us to be able to get there. And again, I don't know how long we're going today because I'm still under the weather. So at this point, if somebody wants to see the vest, do the super chat. If it's the ads that you're worried about, then there aren't going to be that many, because I don't think we're going to go on for much longer. But we will go on for a little longer. Let's hear some more. Are they still live?
At least one of them is, but we have one more super chat from PC.
PC says George Galloway refused to debate an Israeli once. Yes, we played that a few days ago. That Israeli was Elon Levy, by the way, who later became a spokesperson for Israel. All right, let's go back.
You said we. Are you an Israeli? I'm sorry, I was misinformed. I do not debate Israelis.
Yeah, that's pretty much what he said. Let's listen to them live. Oh, a caller from Beirut.
God.
On the threshold of the edge. So, but we're always optimistic, and I want to talk about a few points here. It's raining now, and in Beirut currently, and we have thousands, maybe hundreds, thousands of people, babies, in tents on the streets. A lot has been displaced from the south. Recently in Beirut, the bombardment. It's quite tight, the situation between the people. Also, the media, the Western media. I want to talk about the media. There's a quite a small part of the people that gets influenced by the Western media. So there's a kind of a division that is created. There's a lot of people that say that, but I want to say that no, the Lebanese people are together. They are coexisting together. A lot of people from the north are opening their doors, their homes, and this is our Lebanon. This is how it should be always. Maybe a small part of people get influenced by the media, and they throw in some news to corrupt. And today we just saw the real story of this is the main point. The Litani was bombarded heavily. The Minister of Cuts, I think Cuts of Israel, he ordered the destruction of the bridge over the river to isolate the people from the south. And they hit the infrastructure, but the resistance in the north are still hitting back. They are still hitting back quite nice. They're doing their job. And the Khiyam in the south, this is the attraction there is happening. And there is, and they ordered from the people of the north to evacuate, so there will not be some consequences for the people. And only they will hit the military targets. And there is a guy called, I think, Ofer Moskovich. He was a base. He was hit by a missile from the Hezbollah in south.
Moskovich sounds like he's a real local. That's a real Middle Eastern name. Now you're talking about places that I know very well, Zuhair. Khayam, which was the torture chamber of the former Israeli occupation. I visited the torture cells. I've spoken to those who survived and who were liberated by the Lebanese resistance.
Okay. I just want to point out what an absolute piece of shit. What an absolute piece of shit George Galloway is. In case it hasn't been clear so far, Ofer Moskovich is the Israeli civilian who was murdered today, and Galloway dismisses it and says, "Yeah, it sounds like a real local Middle Eastern name." So Galloway is a full-on.
So just a heads up. If Galloway ever ends up in Middle East, it means it's okay to kill him. That's what he basically is saying.
Well, let me not get myself into trouble, but just to understand what an absolute piece of shit he is saying, yes, there is a Jew somewhere, and I have some genetic information that Jews aren't historically from there. Therefore, killing them is a good thing. This is what this absolute piece of shit is celebrating. His caller from Beirut, let's assume he is telling the truth, and that's where he is another reminder that the people in Lebanon are the enemy. Let's fight against them. Davy Boy asks, have the hashish distributors in Lebanon been put out of business? Yes, by the legalization of medical marijuana in Israel, which is now available not just the people with a basically, they've been put out of business a long time ago, which might be a part of the reason why they're firing back. Anyway, let's listen to some more.
These Arab army checkpoints at the Litani River, and they were the patriotic breakaway from the Lebanese army, who would not agree in the 70s to disarm the Palestinian resistance at that time, of course, a very powerful force in Lebanon. So it's hard to see, for me, as somebody who loves Lebanon with all my heart, it's hard to see how the country can continue in the shape and form that it is. What's your take on that?
Actually, I had the same question. Kind of is it like the Israel Gaza model, let's say, of destroying homes and bridges, is actually a sign of like their military desperation because they can't handle the surprise combat of the resistance on the ground? And
that's absolutely correct. Yeah. All they can do is destroy people and homes from the skies. That's all they can do. And now that Syria was destroyed as a matter of deliberate policy by the West and its how shall I put it, its slaves in certain Arab countries, Syria is no longer a means by which the Lebanese people can properly acquire the methods they would need to properly defend themselves. So I'm just wondering if you think that your country's current leadership can be counted on to defend Lebanon, or are they in fact a fifth column for Israeli occupation?
I would say not. I would say that they are nonchalant over their people and over also the resistance mainly, and they are mainly swinging towards the Western and Israeli regime. Well, to tell you the truth, unfortunately, and this is kind of obvious because people are waking up, Mr. Galloway, and all over the world, and this is what's happening in the Lebanon right now.
In Beirut, thank you for your candor. I won't invite you to say more or stay on the line any longer. Thank you very much indeed for your call. Now, you can leave comments if you scan the QR code.
Okay, what just happened there? Is Galloway worried about this person speaking out against the Lebanese government with only a first name, which may or may not be real? Daniel, is that what happened? Oh, he's reading comments. Let's hear those. I thought he was
says diesel is £1.70 a litre in the UK. Well, trust me, there won't be any at the pumps a week or two from now if Donald Trump does what he's promised to do tomorrow. Engineering for today says water will be more expensive than oil in the Middle East. Forget Dubai. Habibi, definitely leave. Nick Donovan, who sends $100 US. That's a mighty fine donation, Nick. Thank you for that. To all of the Moats listeners around the world standing for truth and justice, we honor you with this small gift. Bless you, George, and all of the Moats family. Nick and Tony in Los Angeles.
What's more?
Yeah, people, let us just remind, let's thank
Tony,
George Galloway and his supporters for the reminder that while George Galloway flies first class, Daniel can't even afford shampoo and has to be a vegan. So people, that's not how we raise funds here, though. We do encourage you, if you value this content and think it's a good idea for us. What?
Look how much it's shining.
Yeah, people, let's make it less shiny. If you value,
no, it's shining because
there is some rational opposition to George Galloway, because there is some less irrational opposition to him out there, but they are half-assed. They are apologetic in their support of Israel, and that is no way to stand up to evil. If you value the way we stand up to evil, support this channel, and if you don't, then let us know, as you are letting us. Some of you are letting us know in the chat. But yeah. Thank you, PC, for the super chat. PC says, is Galloway not banned from the US? I don't know. Daniel will check that.
No reason to believe so, at least.
But by the way, one moment that Galloway showed the difference between, the unapologetically evil and the apologetically kind of not fully evil is his hearing in Congress, where he basically tore them apart because they didn't really know what they stood for. They kind of felt like they should stand against him, but didn't know what about. And that is what we saw there. So anyway.
I don't think it's banned. I see when I looked it up, I see him getting like barred at one time, but apparently it wasn't even like any reason, just straight up. Oh my god, his show is glitching. Oh, Declan from Dublin. Do we want to listen to Declan from Dublin?
Sure. Why not?
His show glitched, so it's all black now.
These MEK and Pahlavi savages were given free rein against them. The other line of attack on them was, of course, wearing the hijab. And I personally believe, and I have some moral authority in this, as you do, but those other people don't. I personally believe that women in sport should follow the science and wear what's best suitable for women's sport. That has changed in England since 1971, and there's loads of academic and scientific papers suggesting what women should wear. In Ireland, in camogie, which is a women's game in Ireland, there was a change just a couple of months ago from what women wore, because the women wanted to be more comfortable playing the game. But these people who are bombing Muslim women around the clock, when they're not bombing women, they take a 5-minute break to go on about wearing the hijab. Now, most of those women have gone back, and I just feel sorry on a human level for all of them. But MEK, I don't have to tell you about MEK, except they have huge parliamentary support here in Ireland. They pay $1,000 a minute to these Irish politicians who can't string a word, never mind a sentence, together. And as regards Mr. Pahlavi, or I was going to call him Pavlova, but Pavlova is named after a Russian. So the Russians are in the naughty corner as well. But he went to Jerusalem as I did, right? And the difference between him, the two of us went to the Wailing Wall. I paid my money, so I went to the Wailing Wall. I went to the Russian Orthodox church where Princess Alice is buried, and I also went to the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Now, I'm not a Muslim, and this character who wants to be the chief bottle washer of Iran, which is largely Muslim, he wouldn't even walk around the corner to go into the mosque, even for form's sake. Okay, so the treatment of those Iranian women in Australia is a disgrace to Australia. They've since a little bit. It's a disgrace to FIFA, and fair play to those women who've gone back to Iran, and good luck to the two women.
That's right. And most of them...
so they're saying the 5 women, or however many it was, that got asylum in Australia, he's calling them a disgrace. You know, a good slave returns to the slave master is basically what they're saying. Well, no comments.
To the Moats podcast via the Moats.tv website. And once you've listened, please leave a review.
Okay, I wanted to hear what George Galloway has to say about that, because
more people are knowing.
yeah, I'm wondering if Galloway, it doesn't look like he was disagreeing, but yeah, remember these women were most likely threatened. Why? What possible reason would they have to go back? And you know, Iran is executing athletes, executing whoever it can, and of course, this is the world these people want to see. Thank you, PC, for the super chat. PC says, Razi, I admit I don't like Ireland. Me neither. Again, that is not to say that that all Irish people are bad. It's not Gaza, but it's not far. I think it doesn't look like it's far. I don't think we're gonna listen to much more of this because I want to hear that Goldie
Gary
clip.
from Scotland.
But yeah, Gary from Scotland, I do want to hear just to see if we can make out any words.
And the man like.
Do them in is definitely what they're doing right now. But I should tell you that the Persians have not invaded anybody for many centuries, although plenty of people invaded them. And in the last time, when they were invaded by Iraq, the invader was backed financially and militarily and politically by Britain, the United States, and our pets in the Persian Gulf. Sorry, Gary, it wasn't a great line, but thanks for making the call. Now, let me take this moment to thank this week's top donors who've supported
Okay, all right, yeah, some lowlifes give George Galloway a lot of money. All right, should we hear the professor from Tehran and Goldie on Piers Morgan? PC says that he should be on a watch list. Again, if this country had the leadership of this country had the testicular fortitude to recognize an enemy when we have one and it's attacking us, declare war, this guy would stand trial for treason. And unfortunately, this country doesn't have the maximum penalty for that crime, but he would at the very least never be heard from again.
To stop you there, Professor O'May, just to be clear, that's footage you've supplied. We've been unable to independently verify it, so it is what it is. Clearly,
Wait, context,
there are people...
Daniel, when is this from? What is the footage?
So this is from 2 months ago, January 13th. We can see the footage here.
Continued, but now your to show footage of the protests in Tehran against the rioters. And this is from the middle of the footage. This is Engelab Square. It goes from Imam Hussein Square to Azadi Square, from Engelab Square south to Imam Khomeini Square. That is millions of people. That is huge. Anyone can look on the map or use DeepSeek or some other AI app and check what sort of distance this is. This is a helicopter. But just a few hours ago...
Just to stop you there, Professor O'May, just to...
No, that's a dishonest take.
Wait, no, I wanted to hear what... wait. Oh. Yeah.
This is a helicopter. But just a few hours ago...
Just to stop you there, Professor O'May, just to be clear, that's footage you've supplied. We've been unable to independently verify it, so it is what it is. Clearly, there are people, it seems from all the independent reports I've read, who are... Okay, so Goldie, for example, one of our panelists is saying that footage is from 2020. So we don't know what you're showing us there. You accept that?
No, that's a dishonest take. That footage is very clear. this misinformation is being produced by the West, and the reporter who was on that helicopter, whose face is there, he came on television, showed the footage. I was at the protest. There were millions of people. What you are trying to do, just like you did during the Israeli regime's attack on Iran, is you are trying to help war. Because when the Israeli regime carried out that blitzkrieg attack, as we were negotiating with them, you invited me and started bad-mouthing Iran. Why? Because you and many others like you.
No, I didn't badmouth Iran. Sorry, just to be clear.
Oh, yes, you did.
Just to be clear. Hang on. Professor, just to be clear, I never badmouthed Iran. I badmouthed the Iranian regime, which I think is one of the most malevolent regimes in the world. That's not bad-mouthing the country of Iran or the Iranian people. Now, I want to bring in Goldie Gamari because she wants to directly challenge. She wants to directly challenge what you have said.
One-on-one.
Yes,
you said
that's
it's
fine.
a one-on-one.
That's fine.
Your producer.
But you've accused her.
You did not allow me to complete.
I just want to quickly pause. I think it was somebody in the chat who said, was it somebody in our chat who said that Pierce tells people that they're gonna have a one-on-one with him, and then they put him on a panel. So that part is plausible, but this guy, obviously, he is not just living in Iran. He expects the world to be Iran, and he thinks that if he, has something to say, it should go unchallenged completely. And if he makes shit up as he does with this footage, he can't be challenged. So. Yeah.
But normally I would say definitely big dick move. Sorry, a small dick move. Basically, like doing that, like saying somebody is going just end conversation and they get put on the debate panel. With that said, I don't think this guy deserves any respect, and I don't care about like Pierce doing that.
He doesn't deserve to be invited on a show by any decent channel, but he isn't. He's being invited by Pierce.
Somebody says intimidated by woman. Well, his urges are gonna come out because she's not hiding away.
Your producer said.
Yes.
It's a one-on-one between you and me.
Yes.
You're escaping the debate.
Hang on, Goldie. Hang on, please. Don't all talk at once. Professor Morandi. Goldie, please let me handle this. Professor Morandi, here's why I brought Goldie back into the conversation with you.
No, so you're being dishonest.
Because she says to us, have you watched that footage? It is actually not what you have said it is. Goldie, tell the professor what you believe that footage is.
That footage is from Qasem Soleimani's funeral in 2020. That is not footage from today. That is 100% propaganda. The Islamic regime, they are liars. They are murderers. They are thieves. I don't even know how he has access to the internet right now. The internet is shut off. Where is he communicating from?
Okay, now, Pierce, I just want to remind you that your producer said this is a one-on-one.
Yeah.
And like on previous occasions, you do not abide by what you say you'll do.
Well, you made a statement. You made a statement and gave us footage, which one of our panelists has directly challenged.
But just to respond, in the General Qasem Soleimani's funeral, the bodies were on trucks. And there are no trucks in this crowd. And the crowd goes from Imam Hussein Square, which is to the top, towards the top. The crowd here goes all the way to Imam Hussein Square. The bodies never went there. The bodies the funeral procession began at the University of Tehran. So the path of the General Soleimani funeral and his companions was not towards Imam Hussein. And here, where are the trucks? Where's the funeral procession? Because it was not just him. There were a number of people who were murdered. Don't pretend. No one can pretend that the rallies yesterday, which took place across Iran, in Mashhad, in Tabriz, in Maran, in Esfahan.
The footage rally, all been debunked.
This woman This Pierce, if you next, I won't come again on your show because every time you're dishonest.
You won't be able to come again on the show because when Iran is free, we're going to get you. You're going to go to jail.
No. To be fair, let me explain. Let me explain. Goldie, let me explain.
People on your hands right now.
Goldie, I will come back to Goldie and the panel in a moment. I'll go back to one-on-one. I will go back to one. Professor, I will go back to one-on-one with you now. She wanted to directly challenge that footage. She's done so, and you have responded. That is perfectly legitimate journalism from where I'm sitting.
No, that's not acceptable, Pierce. In any case, just hours ago, the BBC was showing the footage of the protests across Iran against the rioters yesterday and talking about an uprising, implying dishonestly that these people on the streets who are protesting against the rioters are in fact supporters of the rioters. This is how it works in the West.
Well, the best way, surely. All right, Professor, the best way, Professor, Professor, the best way to
talk about. Professor, just one moment.
The best way to clear this up is to allow journalists to do their job freely in Iran, turn the internet back on, let everybody work out for themselves what is really happening. But when a regime shuts off the internet, what it's really doing is not trying to stop communication between protesters, it's trying to stop the truth about what it is doing in response being communicated to the world. And what it's doing is murdering thousands of Iranians who are protesting. They've admitted killing 2,000. Reports are that it may be as many as 12,000 or more. We're seeing footage here of body bags everywhere. And that is why the regime is turning off the internet. It's not out of some great altruistic, well, we just, don't want these people communicating. It's so that we can kill them and the rest of the world can't see what we're doing.
No, Pierce, that is an utterly dishonest take. The numbers are fabricated. The government has not given any numbers. And as I said,
2,000.
I'm talking, Pierce. You don't want me to talk.
You said you're just wrong.
You are just like those journalists who are talking about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq and the incubators. And
I led the campaign against that, as you may remember.
Well, you've flipped.
I mean, it's pretty amazing.
I try and deal in facts.
It's pretty amazing. This guy is in Iran, as Goldie points out. He is during an internet blackout, has a connection and is able to speak. He is clearly a spokesperson, an approved spokesperson by the Iranian regime. If he said anything they didn't like, he would never be heard from again. And listen to how much of what he says sounds like the people in the West who are against the U.S. Being involved in this war. Anyway, that is just a point I wanted to make. Daniel, if you have anything to add, otherwise, let's hear some more.
I don't think why we're listening to more. I mean, we just wanted to play it for the Goldie part.
Yes, but now that this guy has come to our attention, thanks to George Galloway, I do want to hear a little bit more and see. And it's also interesting to see to what extent Pierce continues to push back. Somebody says Pierce did an ambush, not professional at all. Again, if you're
Not
honest,
technically,
you don't
no.
have spokespeople for the Iranian government at all. And if you're going to interview them, you go after them. But yes, him being not professional is not news.
Yeah, and also, again, you only owe honesty to honest people. In a sense, we are dealing with such a mixed situation where it's like, this guy should have never been on. But yeah, I don't care about, you don't owe these people. This guy is like a propagandist for a brutal dictatorship. Absolutely ambush him. He should have been ambushed, if anything, rather than giving a one-on-one interview. And again, this wasn't even an ambush. It was 1 point, and Goldie mentioned it, so they brought it up, and that's it. And again, I don't even know why Piers Morgan is putting on the footage if he couldn't verify it. So
PC says yes, he has VIP internet there. Yes, very important propagandist and somebody who Pierce is happy to let do his propaganda and then pretend to to push back, but not as hard as he pushes back on anybody who is pro-Israel or pro-America.
Pierce, we had rioters who burned people alive, who cut people's heads off, and it's the evidence.
And
is
what
there.
has your regime
And
done to the protesters?
the protesters, Pierce, the millions of people that came to the streets yesterday. Why did they come to the streets? It's because your narrative is nonsense.
Well, how many
Because
protesters
your
have been killed?
Your narrative.
How many
is a
protesters have been
fabrication.
killed?
I don't know the numbers.
You don't
but
know?
I do know that roughly 100 officers of the law have been murdered.
So you know how many people you believe have been killed on the regime side, but you have no idea how many people the regime's killed. Interesting.
You don't want me to talk because you're afraid. Because you're afraid that I'm going to wreck your narrative. That's cowardly, Pierce.
I think what
You
you're
will not
afraid
let me
of,
say a single
you're
sentence.
afraid of this
You're
uprising
afraid.
this time
You
being the one
want
that
to
actually
help-
topples the regime that you prop up.
You want to help, just like you were preparing as the Israeli regime carried out its blitzkrieg attack on Iran when Iran was negotiating. You were saying all sorts of nonsense about Iran to demonize the country, to justify the aggression and the slaughter. So you have blood on your hands. And this is what you're doing now today for Trump. The protesters on the streets across the country yesterday said a big no to you and your fake narratives. But people like you will just go out and say, this is fake. There was no demonstration. Whereas there were reporters in Iran. Al Jazeera was there. Many other people were there. You had Iranians across the board there. It was shown live on television, Pierce. It was shown on Iranian channels live. Your producers can go back and look at the footage online as it was being shown. You cannot pretend that millions of people were not on the streets in Tehran. You cannot pretend that simultaneously millions of people were not on the streets throughout the country. It's a fact. It was shown live throughout.
I'm not sure, Professor, all due respect, I'm not sure that you and facts are easy bedfellows. But I appreciate
That's
you.
your problem, Pierce.
Not really.
You're the one who
actually
bends
it
the
may
fact.
be a problem for you.
You're the one who denied the genocide in Gaza for a year and a half, and you tried to justify the actions of the Israeli regime for a year and a half. And let me be very clear that if the United States, if Trump carries out an attack on Iran, the Iranian retaliation will be massive. And people like you,
it was after the strike last summer, you mean?
People like you.
You said this last time.
You
said this last
time. People like you will bear responsibility.
But this is the trouble. You're full of crap, aren't you? Because you said this last time. Do you remember? It was all going to happen last time.
Last time, Steve Bannon, the day after the war ended, on his show, said that the reality was that during the last 3-4 days of the war, the Israeli regime was in serious trouble. And they were begging for a ceasefire.
But what happened to the retaliation that you said would happen?
And Trump, because the Israeli regime was begging
what
for a ceasefire.
What happened to your retaliation?
Did you see Tel Aviv? Did you see how we hammered Tel Aviv?
Please, it's embarrassing.
Sure.
It's embarrassing.
You
come on here all the time and you say it's going to be retaliation is going to be horrific. It's going to be this. It's going to be that, and it doesn't happen. Iran doesn't have the capability to respond in the way that.
By the way, I find this fascinating. Certainly as Piers Morgan content goes, I don't know how I missed this one. PC says, Razi, who is this turd in Iran? I'd like to look him up on Wikipedia. Daniel, can you remind us the name and maybe put it in the chat? And Paul says, Goldie got a death threat on the phone during a live broadcast. That is terrible. And Goldie, we know that she and Alec Alaban got death threats after their Piers Morgan appearance with with Cenk Uygur and Dave Smith. So yeah, we know who these people are, and it's on the one hand amazing to see this Iranian propagandist appear on Western television, and on the other hand, it is fascinating to watch. We are now joined by Yal, and that this is a good time for a news update. So Yal, before I go to you to also complete anything I'm missing in the news update. So, of course, the north of Israel is under constant bombardment. 7 IDF troops were lightly injured in an incident in the north, presumably across the border, but yes, or several incidents, both in the north of Israel and in the south of Lebanon. I think that's the main updates. Yeah, how is everything going, and do you have any additional updates?
Hello, good evening. I have actually a lot to talk about. The daily events have provided a lot of talking points for me. I don't know how long are you planning to stay here?
Not long, considering I'm about 45 minutes past the time I was gonna wrap up. But yeah, let's start and yeah, get at least the headlines.
Yeah, I'll go over the best of. Let's see. Okay, this we talked about. Did you talk about Antifa and their plot to blow themselves up in Rome?
No, that's news to me. And I think what we really should get in order to hear that is some more likes, because we're not going to get probably to the 100-pound super chat goal, but we should get to 100 likes on this stream before it is over. I'm sure we will cross that number afterwards, but yeah, liking the show helps almost as much as supporting the show does. So consider doing that if you like what we do. Yeah.
Hold on, let me. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, wonderful. So yeah, apparently they were attempting. They were working on those bombs and they accidentally blown themselves up at home. But there was an Antifa plot to basically start doing terror with bombs and not just like regular plain violence. So that's progress.
Wait, do we know what the target was?
Somewhere in Rome.
All right.
I have a lot of news on New York and Mamdani that his intern is supporting jihad and martyrdom. Did you bring this up?
No, we haven't spoken about Mamdani at all today.
I can share it with you guys if you want. Although I'll share you a screenshot because I don't want to hear her. So here. Just enough for me to see this image to get stomach ache. There is also an exciting video of a recovery story of an Israeli, and I think it will be nice to share on the live stream. Send it as well. Is Daniel here?
Yes, I can read the tweet. So the tweet said Zoran Mamdani's intern Arzu Malik is calling for a holy war through jihad and martyrdom. Quote, "This is all jihad. This is Ali Ibadah. And this is all ibadah, and this is all counted for by Allah. How committed am I to this? What am I willing to sacrifice?" Okay, I don't have the rest of the tweet, but that is sufficient. Yes, we're not going to share that video on.
Yes, there was the other violence against Jews in New York by the mailman beating up a Jewish kid. Once again, not persecuted. As I predicted, on this show a few months ago, I said what Mamdani is going to do is going to appoint the worst anti-Semites into like a city attorney and police, so they wouldn't persecute crimes against Jews, which lead to more crimes against Jews because people will know there is no consequences for committing such crimes.
Wait, the postman that pushed the kid, that's not,
I
was
cannot
that in
hear
New
you
York?
now. I think it's on my end. Let me refresh.
All right. Daniel, will let you back in when you're back. While we wait for Eyal to return. Okay. Davy Boy says in Monse, outside of New York City. Okay, so not in Mamdani's jurisdiction. I did hear he was arrested. Was he already let off the hook? Or is this a different
According
story?
to what I've read, he was let off the hook. Let me make sure. No, I can't see it now, but I think he's not going to be. There is no charges going to be pressed against him, according to what I know.
Well, that is absolutely despicable. Yeah, despicable and terrifying that it's even within the realm of the power of anybody. Again, I don't know whose jurisdiction that's in, but terrifying stuff. Just quickly, Roman Viking asks anything new on the Hezbollah front. So yeah, we just updated that there were 7 Israeli soldiers injured. There was an Israeli citizen killed earlier today. There's constant bombardment of the north. Israel is operating there. Hopefully, will operate more intensively soon. And yeah, that's the latest there.
Did you show the video of an Iranian missile or little bomb, I guess, building bomb landing next to a car in Israel, driving on the street?
I don't think so. Is that the one where the girl told her mom to stop?
No. It's let me send it to you, and you can stream it here. It's for your your segment of people not watching for the live when they should.
Yeah, let me check it out. There was one video, and I don't know how I can't find it anymore. But holy okay. All right, I will hopefully find the video that I wanted to show today, and we can show it as tomorrow's segment. But Daniel, this definitely deserves the award. So yeah, when Daniel can share that, he will. Yeah, continue.
Okay, let's see. Let's go. Keep going on the list. Let's see. Oh, here.
Wait, before you continue on the list, Daniel, if you can expand that. And this is today's segment. Don't be a retard. Let's take a look.
So there are sirens going on.
And again,
so
like
this looks like the splitting munition.
Yeah. Yeah, which is another thing that the driver is lucky, because if it was a full ballistic missile, that is close enough that it would have killed him, and probably he would have taken he would have experienced the first of the flying cars. So yeah, people, don't be a retard. I mean, it's really tough if you're in your car and then like the best you can do is stop, and if there's no although that's buildings, he could have stopped somewhere that's residential. They all have shelters. He could have gone in to a building. It wasn't unlucky timing, romancing the trolls. It was the sirens. There was enough time. He got an alert on his phone like 10 minutes earlier. He had plenty of time. And the worst thing is, I guarantee you this person now thinks that something from above is protecting him because this landed so close to him, and the fact that it was near death rather than death is proof that he's invincible. And we might read about this person in the future.
Daniel, would you like to stream the previous link? It's a recovery. It's a nice recovery montage. No, okay.
No, because it shows stuff that I'd rather not show. And
Okay.
yeah, I can look at it later, and if it's maybe we'll show it tomorrow.
No problem. Well, I have an entertaining video for you guys, and it demonstrates how Iranian missiles at night preventing Israelis from sleeping, which causes some interesting side effects. Please, I've sent you this short video.
Yeah, Daniel, we can play that. Before we play that, let me thank Ex Nihilo for the generous super sticker. Thank you, Ex Nihilo. It brings us closer. It brings us over halfway through. We're probably not going to make it today, but it is always nice. It brings us 2/3 of the way. So we are only £31 and 18 pence from the super chat goal, which means we will remove the ads, although we are wrapping up, so there won't be many ads anyway. But it also means Eyal will, I don't know if he's wearing the vest currently and just not showing it, or he's not, but we will wait. If we get there, we will wait. Eyal will go, put on the vest. So absolutely worth that £31 and 18 pence. Wait, can you turn the volume up? I can't hear it.
It's okay. It's you can hear enough. Wait, restart. You missed the whole thing.
וכל הזמן התושבים כאן בחרדה מאוד מאוד משמעותית מהבחינה הזאת. אכן, יוסי, אנחנו מדברים על יום העצמאות.
Yes, so they're very tired over there, obviously. Okay, moving on the stuff I saved for today's show. Let's see. Okay, did you talk about the G7 statement condemning Iranian aggression?
No.
Okay, so there was a G7 statement, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, United Kingdom, United States, and they followed as such, all those states and the European Union express support for our partners in the region in the face of the unjustifiable attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran and its proxy. We condemn in the strongest terms the regime's reckless attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure, including energy infrastructure and let's look at their list of states that they're supporting: Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, and Iraq. Who's missing here? Razi, could you state the obvious?
Facebook shows me, in part because I slow down and click it, stuff from Eurovision groups, and the thing that people are doing, I don't know if it's the same Eurovision group or several of them, the stuff that people are doing now, because Eurovision is in a couple of months, is they're posting their list of like their ranking for Eurovision songs, but they're not posting all the songs. They're posting all except Israel, and they're not doing it to say these are the songs I like. They're doing it to say I am living in the world that I want to see in the future, a world without Jews, essentially. And yes, it's unfortunate that the G7, when you need consensus in order to make a statement, which of course you don't need. This is just to remind us that the G7 exists. It's not like it's not a significant thing in any way. So yeah, the reason for the statement is the omission of Israel.
Yeah, and this is very. Just think about how, for decades, Iran is basically attacking United States of America and Israel, in essence. And only now, they've been bombing Israel way before this campaign, and nobody basically condemns it. And now when Iran is shooting at people that are not, it's not Jewish states, so suddenly there is a condemnation for their actions, which is just another evidence that it's all about a bias against Jews or against Israel in this case, or against the successful, or the one who is willing to actually defend itself and go for justice. And once again, there is, and we talked about it yesterday, about the whole fatwa thing. So now there is a former executive in Obama's administration claiming that Iran did not develop nuclear weapon because there was a fatwa against it. This is Tommy Vietor. I don't know who this guy is, besides he was an executive in the Obama administration, but there is a tweet from him. So once again, I've debunked this poor fatwa argument in previous stream. And let's see what is the last thing I want to share with you guys. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Roman Viking says, I mean, one positive thing is that we can see it as another diplomatic attempt by the U.S. to find a coalition of the willing. No, it's not the right way to find a coalition of the willing. They're not willing. You're basically, if you lower your standards, you will get more willing. But you shouldn't lower your standards. First of all, because Israel and America can win this war alone. Again, we are not using the full might of conventional weapons yet, and there are non-conventional weapons, and everything should be on the table. And of course, no ground operations have started yet. We really, what should happen is this war should be won, and then the people who didn't take part and didn't even take the side that they should have taken clearly, that should be remembered and should be factored into everything that's done in the future.
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to see a bit more, Daniel? Do we have a bit more of that clip? Because again, I really enjoyed, to some extent, that just seeing this guy, experience the discomfort of speaking to a Western audience now, or on a Western platform. Now, Piers Morgan, of course, is a piece of shit. He invites such people, and he invites good people as well to do this to them. But when it's this guy and he's like stunned that anybody dares ask him the tough questions or even like provide a different point of view. Yeah. Daniel, if we can take a look from wherever we stopped, and I don't think we need to watch much of it, but just get a flavor.
You talk. It's all bluff. It's all bluster. And what it seems to me, Professor, now is the people of Iran have had enough of this bullshit and they're rising up. And as the German Chancellor says, I believe this is the beginning of the end of that regime. And puppets like you that have helped prop it up are going to look very stupid when that day comes. But I appreciate you joining me. Thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Lies, Piers.
I'll go back to the panel.
Piers,
thank
history
you.
will remember your lies.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure they'll remember someone's lies, and it won't be me. But thank you.
Remember your lies.
Always a pleasure to talk to you, Professor Morandi. Let's go back to the panel. Robert Neal, your reaction to that?
All right. Wow. First of all, Goldie is amazing in many ways, and the fact that she can stand being on the panel with Cenk time and time again. Davey Boy says Katie Halper was nice to him. I would not be surprised. As we saw earlier, so was George Galloway. I mean, he was super nice. He's actually on his side, and he what was it he said? There's a tantalizing possibility of war in the region, and the Houthis attacking Saudi Arabia and a bunch of other things. So yeah, the people we have in the West, as I keep saying, militarily winning this war against Iran is doable and will be done if we stay the course. The war at home is what scares me, because there is no at least no viable mainstream voice and movement for a reason. Yeah.
Sorry, I was reading some updates on the news, so I missed the last thing you said.
Okay, do you want to give us the updates as we wrap up?
So this is from 20 minutes ago. So you might have mentioned it, but 4 IDF soldiers has been lightly injured in southern Lebanon, and another soldier was lightly injured from a drone. And 2 IDF soldiers were also injured in northern Israel. So we have some like 6 soldiers or 7 soldiers, no, 6 soldiers injured, apparently all light injuries, which is, at least it's not like, something more serious than that. And there has been some missiles towards northern Israel in the past 20 minutes. That's the update I've seen right now.
Okay. Where can people find you other than on these streams? Most days and hopefully all days. But yeah, where else can people find you?
Well, I'm Eyal Reichel. I'm an associate at the Ayn Rand Center Israel. You can go to our YouTube channel. You can just write Ayn Rand Center Israel on YouTube and find our live streams. We also do some content in English. And you can also go to aynrand.org.il/about. You can also look up for Eyal Reichel in YouTube. I'm starting my own channel, trying to see how it goes. I'm actually taking some clips from here and reposting them with a link to the stream. I'm also the leader of a movement called Victory Now. We have published this wonderful book called Victory Now. It is a plan for peace in Israel and in the world. It is based on the Allies' war strategy against the Nazis. It presents a moral case for Israel and for the West. It gives an objective reasoning for good and evil, why Israel is the good side, why America is the good side, and why Islamic tyranny is the bad side, and what the good should do to the bad. It is a very fun read. There is a lot of stories from history, a lot of case studies. It also debunks the whole just war theory that demands the good to sacrifice itself for evil. So there is a lot of material there and a plan for victory. So if you're interested, go to www.victory.now. You can get a link for Amazon and get a sample of the book, and you can join the movement as a member and support us. So thank you for having me.
And Bonnie asks, does Eyal have access to Israeli-U.S. bombing of Iran today? First of all, some of the things Eyal has access to we can't talk about, but is there anything you can talk about?
Well, listen, I've just came back from the flight attack in Iran. The view is beautiful. Can't wait to come there as a tourist and not as a bomber squad. No, I'm just kidding.
But what we have seen on the news, which is where we get such information on such things, it is continuing. Yes, Iran is being bombed and hopefully will continue.
Oh, actually, there has been a news item about the bombs we've been using. Did you cover that?
No.
Okay, so it's quite of a weird news item, but it goes as follows. The Israeli army has found a stockpile of a lot of bombs, which are like 50 years old. It's like stupid bombs, it's not like, guided missiles or anything, just, bombs to be dropped off bombers, like in World War II, from 50 years ago, that was actually stockpiled to be used against Egypt in a war before the peace agreements. Because back then, Egypt was the major threat on Israel. Still is in some senses, but never mind. Anyway, since we're using so much of our munitions, and because we have suitable targets from the bombs, and because we've checked those bombs we just happened to find and they're actually still fit the job, so we've started using this bunch of bombs against Iran as well. I don't know why it's so interesting, but there's been a lot of items on it on Israeli news today. So this is on that angle. We keep attacking Iran's. So basically, regarding the stages of the war, so it started with taking down the top-ranking executives and the air defense system, so we'd get air superiority. After we got the air superiority, it was mostly about ruining all the missile launchers and missiles and drones, so they wouldn't be able to attack us. And now we're moving on to more like, secondary military targets, which are very important to take down, but it's not like an immediate threat. We're now taking down the headquarters and facilities and stuff like this. And very important, we are striking their manufacturing, their factories and their missile manufacturing supply chain and everything. And this is very important because in the horrible case, God forbid, of a ceasefire, at least their rearming capabilities will be crippled, and also, of course, during this war. And we're moving on to attack more of, their infrastructure and their military facilities, getting the ground ready, perhaps for a Kurdish invasion, perhaps an invasion to the Karg Island that I assume that you've talked about. So this is where we are currently in the war. We have finished our, primary objectives, or like chronologically first objectives of making sure that we will be able to strike Iran safely on its skies, and that the home front in Israel will be relatively safe. And now, while we keep doing that, this task is not hermetically over. We're moving on to more targets that their goal is to actually cripple and suffocate this regime and make this regime collapse and unable to rebuild itself.
Okay, a couple things, Daniel. If you can put Eyal's YouTube channel in the chat, a link to it. Also, people, we are at 90 likes, so I don't know if there are enough people watching now who haven't liked it yet to get us to 100, but that would be nice. Yeah, likes goals go hand in hand with super chat goals, although we always rather make the super chat goals. As mentioned, tomorrow we will have, I don't know when we're going to start, but at 4 p.m. UK time, noon Central, noon Eastern, I will interview, or whoever is here, will interview Manik Govinda about their protest outside of the Guardian's offices after that Guardian op-ed that kind of sort of called on people to attack a specific Gale's Bakery branch because it was too close to a Palestinian cafe. So stay tuned for that interview. That should be interesting. Yeah, we will continue the story of that gallery that Zoe happened to walk into yesterday. Daniel, can you also put in the chat, although I don't promote this guy, can you put in the chat his Instagram, this artist, as he called him again? I think technically he is one. Yeah, the anti-Semitic artist who treated Zoe the way you would expect such a person to treat any decent human being, but certainly a Jew. I'm going to check with Zoe if she might join us and talk about that as well. I don't know if it's going to happen tomorrow. I can't guarantee how long we'll go tomorrow because I don't know how I'm going to feel and how many people we'll have, but we will try to be here for as many hours as we can every day and until the total victory. Thank you, Eyal. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, everybody, for watching, for liking, for super chatting. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, David, for subscribing.